Yeah.
All right.
You know what,
I
that's
can do
fine.
that. All right, let's do it.
Which case is that?
Sarah Bradley, sir. Your Honor.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 23-01-760. That is City of Lansing versus Sarah Ann Bradley. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Williams.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant City Attorney Manny Williams appearing on behalf of the City of Lansing.
And Mr. Carter.
May it please the court, David B. Carter Jr. on behalf of Sarah Bradley, who is not present and according to court staff is not on Zoom.
All right, this is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. And I do not see, this is scheduled for 9 o'clock. Ms. Williams, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, this was a date set for compliance.
Okay.
On April 9th, I sent out a letter to my client indicating that the pretrial would be adjourned to today. In that letter, I also provided with the area community service and a community service log sheet for my client to fill out. Unfortunately, I was on vacation last week, so I was not able to follow up with her. Actually, yesterday was my first day back, and I just didn't get a chance to do that. She has been cooperative all throughout with me. I've always had good contact with her. I don't know why she didn't appear, so I'd ask that for at least hold a bench warrant for 48 hours.
Right, Ms. Williams.
I wasn't going to request a bench warrant actually because this is her first time not appearing. I was just going to ask for a reset. I
Or
know
a
you
reset
were
would be fine.
on
So let's,
vacation last week and just didn't get the chance
Right.
to talk to her, so we
I have
can
no-
follow up and we can reset.
I have no prior bench warrants or non-appearances. And so let's reset this for compliance purposes, and then I'll get Mr. Carter a chance to contact your client and see. And then if you don't hear anything, I guess you have your answer. But we'll reset the pretrial. This is for compliance purposes. And then let's get a new date, and then we'll check with your schedule, Mr. Carter.
June 4th at 10:30.
June 4th at 10:30.
Believe it or not, that works.
Okay. June 4th at 10:30. We'll reschedule for anything else for the record in 23-01-760, Mr. Carter.
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Williams.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, thank you. We're all set.
Thank you, Ms.
That's Ms. Brennan.
King.
Next, Ms. Williams.
We have Trevor King, we have Clarence Shannon, and we have Hurley King.
All right, let's do King Shannon. So we're on the record in docket 23-03702. That is City of Lansing versus Trevor King. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Williams.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant City Attorney Manny Williams appearing on behalf of the City of
Ms.
Lansing.
Sutter.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter on behalf of Mr. King, who is standing to my right.
And sir, you are Trevor King, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. This is the time set for a final pretrial in the matter. Ms. Williams, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, the city will be amending the charge to civil infraction breach of the peace, and it's my understanding that Mr. King will be accepting responsibility for that.
So amending to breach of the peace, the civil infraction. That would be a count, would that be a count 2 or amending count 1?
And then count one.
Yeah, amending count 1.
Or whatever is easier for the court.
1 civil infraction, and that's a $130 fine,
I believe it's 150.
$150 fine. And that's a fair statement, Ms. Sutter, and you'll be accepting responsibility on behalf of your client.
That's correct.
All right. So, Mr. King, that's your understanding. It'll be pleading to the amended count, admitting responsibility through Ms. Sutter of the amended count of the civil infraction of breach of peace. All right. So that we're working from the same, this is for conduct on conduct for June 20th, 2023. At the vicinity to 1215 East Michigan. Ms. Sutter, do you accept responsibility on behalf of your client for being in breach of the peace on that day?
I do, Your Honor.
All right. And does your client need some time to make the $150 payment?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm going to be asking for a bit longer than usual, 90 days if the court's willing to do it. He's got a lot of things going on right now.
All right.
He is a participant in mental health court as well.
So we can make it 90 days for the city of Lansing payment on the breach of the peace. And that would be August 19th at 4 o'clock to the city of Lansing. So you can kind of set up your own payment depending if you want to, as long as it's paid by August 19th, you can pay $20 a week, $40, whatever you choose. Okay. As long as it's all paid by that August 19th date.
So what if I need longer than that?
Talk to Ms. Sutter or contact the court.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Anything else for the record in 23-03702, Ms. Williams?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Ms. Sutter.
Nothing further.
All right. You're all set, Mr. King. Thank you for your.
Thank you. Thanks.
Then Mr. Shannon.
Yes, Your Honor.
So on the record in docket 24-00581, that is the city of Lansing versus Clarence Shannon. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Williams.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant City Attorney Manny Williams, appearing on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Ms. Sutter.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter, appearing today on behalf of Mr. Shannon, who is standing to my right.
And sir, you are Clarence Shannon, is that correct? Thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Ms. Williams, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, the city will be moving to dismiss the failed to stop and identify for the property damage accident. And will be amending the operating while intoxicated to impaired driving.
All right, so it is, so there's a 2-count complaint. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right.
And count 1 is the operating while intoxicated.
All right. So count 1 is to be dismissed pursuant to.
Oh, I'm sorry. Count 1 is to be amended to impaired.
Okay, count 1 is
I flipped them.
amend count 1 to operating while impaired.
Yes.
And that's 93 days or $300.
That's correct.
Correct.
That's count 1, and then count 2 is going to be dismissed. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Right, I'll restate that for the record just to make sure I have that. Count 1 is being amended to be the operating while impaired, which is out of 93 days and or $300. Count 2 is to be dismissed pursuant to the plea agreement. Is that correct, Ms. Sutter?
Yes, it is.
And that's your understanding, Mr. Shannon, you'll be pleading guilty to the 93-day and or $300, and count 2 is to be dismissed. Is that your understanding? All right. I'm gonna, Ms. Sutter, may I inquire your client of his advice of misdemeanor rights concerning the count 1 plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, you have the following misdemeanor rights in the amended count 1, the misdemeanor plea. You have the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent until proven guilty, to have the prosecutor prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty, to have witnesses against you appear at trial, to question any witnesses that are brought against you. You are represented today by Attorney Lauren Sutter, and she would be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the people of the state of Michigan. Do you understand that, sir? You have the right to have the court ordering witnesses appear in your defense, to remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If your plea is accepted, you'll give the claim the plea was a result of anything that other than what's been stated on the record, or threats that it was not your choice to plead guilty, you'll be giving up the right to appeal from a trial. Since you won't be having a trial, you'll be pleading guilty instead. Is it your wish today to waive your rights and plead guilty to the amended count 1 of operating while impaired? And have you raised your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury? I'm going to bring your attention back to September 21st of 2023 at the offense location of 1600 Vermont in the city of Lansing. Were you operating a motor vehicle open to the general public on September 21st, 2023 on Vermont in the city of Lansing? And at some point in time, did it come to your attention that is this going to be a blood alcohol content or just
If I may, Your Honor.
Yeah, you may.
On that date and time that the court has talked about, you were driving a vehicle on a public road, correct? And at that time, was your driving impaired in some way by your consumption of an alcoholic beverage or controlled substance? Maybe just speak up just a little bit.
By alcohol.
Okay.
And you believe your driving was impaired by drinking that alcoholic beverage? I think that satisfies, Your Honor.
Thank you. Anything towards a factual basis, Ms. Williams?
Your Honor, that's fine.
I find the factual basis to be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made pursuant to the amended count 1 of operating while impaired. And I will refer to probation. What they're going to do is they're going to prepare a report for me, and then we're going to see what options are available to us at the report. Mostly an assessment. I don't know if one's been done, but they're going to do an assessment. So we'll refer to probation. That'll be on the 5th floor. You can check in. They'll either do it then or they'll set up a time. And they'll prepare a report for me, and we'll look at this at sentencing. And sentencing date of
July 16th at 1:30.
July 16th at 1:30. So you should receive notice from my court officer. We'll come back on July 16th and see what of options are available to us after I get the report from probation. Okay, sir? Anything else for the record in 2400581, Ms. Williams?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Ms. Sutter?
Nothing further.
All right, sir, Mr. Shannon, we'll see you on that July 16th date. Okay, sir? All right, thank you. And then you have one more file.
We have a couple already, but can we do Miss King next?
Sure.
Thank you.
Furley King.
Yes.
So we're on the record in ticket 24L. This is docket 24L2837531. That is people of the city of Lansing versus Pearlie A. King. Will the parties please introduce themselves to the record? Ms. Williams.
Assistant City Attorney Amanda Williams appearing on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Ms. Sutter.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter on behalf of Ms. King, who's standing to my right.
And ma'am, you are Pearlie A. King, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial. Ms. Williams, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I'd like to request an adjournment for 30 days for compliance purposes.
This was previously adjourned for 40.5 days for compliance. We will set one more compliance for 30 days. Make sure that you keep in touch with Ms. Sutter. She'll provide any information that's needed to Ms. Williams in regards to this case. And we'll reset this pretrial for June 16th at 9 a.m. June 18th. Yeah, June 18th at 9 a.m. So this has been reset for compliance on June 18th at 9 a.m. Anything else for the record in docket 24L2837531, Ms. Williams?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Ms. Sutter.
Nothing further.
All right, Ms. King, we'll see you on that June 18th date.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And who's the next?
We have Mr.
Yeah, I'm looking for that.
Mr. Lance Welcome.
Holcomb.
Yes.
Lauderdale on Zoom.
Perfect, thanks. We can do him then too. He's ready.
Oh, where are they? Going back to-
All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-00615. This is City of Lansing versus Lance Holtham. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Williams
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant City Attorney Manny Williams appearing on behalf of the City of Lansing.
and Ms. Sutter.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter on behalf of Mr. Holcomb, who's standing to my right.
And sir, you are Lance Holtham, is that correct?
I am.
Thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Ms. Williams, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, my understanding is that defense would like to set the matter for a jury trial.
So do you want to just set it for jury trial? I was adjourned for discovery. Do we want a final pretrial and jury trial or just jury trial?
We can, Your Honor. I don't know if there's a point to a final pretrial.
All right. As long as you've got discovery, you've got your,
I did receive the discovery I was looking for.
all right, so let's set for jury trial. I think that's, let me guess, June 18th.
That's the statute.
Is it?
So we're gonna go in the city cases a week after those dates.
All right.
6:25 at 8:15.
6:25. I guessed, but June 25th at 8:15 would be the jury trial date. So please have jury instructions in a week before, and we will address that on June 25th at 8:15. And then if anything comes up, discovery purposes or for witness purposes, let the court know and we can schedule beforehand. Anything else for the record in 24-00615, Ms. Williams?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Ms. Sutter.
Nothing further.
All right, Mr. Holtham, I'll see you on June 25th at 8:15. All right, sir. Thanks.
And Your Honor, may Mrs. Williams and I briefly approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Brown, you can come up here. So we're on the record in docket 24-00069. That's people of the City of Lansing versus Kanika Brown. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Williams,
Assistant City Attorney Emmanuel Williams appearing on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Ms. Sutter.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter on behalf of Ms. Brown, who is standing to my right.
And ma'am, you are Kanika Brown, is that correct? All right, thank you. This is the time set for pretrial in the matter. Ms. Williams, after some conversation, it's my understanding that Ms. Brown is seeking an assessment in order to further negotiations.
Yes, Your Honor. That's
And it would help Ms. Brown if something came from the court indicating that the court's ordered an assessment to be done. Is that correct, Ms. Sutter?
It is, Your Honor.
All right. So we're going to grant the adjournment. And then Ms. Sutter will follow up with an order that goes through Ms. Williams. And I will indicate that I will sign an order granting an assessment. A, that would make it economically feasible. B, statutorily regarding some negotiations are to continue, but there may be a point where we have to do it anyway. But let's go ahead and get the order that you have so that you can show them that there's an order for assessment, okay? So I'll sign the order for assessment. And then once that's done, the city can negotiate and we can come to a resolution. So I'll sign the order and we will adjourn, I would think 30 days out, if not further.
I would at least 30, I would say probably 40,
Right.
40, longer to be safe. I don't know how long it'll take them to do it once they get.
Right, and it's cognitive consultants, right?
I can double check that, Your Honor. I believe off the top of my head, that was
All right,
who told me that. I have a list of places
All
I
right.
reached out to.
so let's adjourn the pretrial for 6 weeks. Sorry. That's okay.
Yes, Your Honor, it was cognitive
Cognitive
consultants.
consultants.
Right, second.
So we'll set it for July 2nd at 9 o'clock. So Ms. Brown, we're going to do an order so you have it in hand to take to get the assessment done, and then we'll go from there. We've reset the pretrial for July 2nd at 9 a.m. All right, ma'am?
Thank you.
All right. Anything else for the record in 24-00069, Ms. Williams?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Ms. Sutter.
Nothing further.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Lauderdale on, I don't know, let me see who's on the iPhone. Sir, on the iPhone, can you identify yourself? On the Zoom iPhone? There you are.
Riley Crawford.
All right, Mr. Lauderdale, we'll call your case. We're on the record in dockets 24 L284134 and 24 L284141. It's the City of Lansing versus Dwayne Lauderdale. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Williams.
Assistant City Attorney Emmanuel Williams appearing on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Ms. Sutter.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter on behalf of Mr. Lauderdale, who's joining us via Zoom.
And sir, you are Dwayne Lauderdale, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you can hear me all right, Mr. Lauderdale?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial on both of these matters. Ms. Williams, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, the city moves to dismiss a ticket ending with 1342 and will be amending 1341 to impeding traffic.
I'll restate that, but that'll be an amended to file ending 341 to impeding traffic, which is that a $130 fine?
Yes.
Yes,
And that's a civil infraction.
Yes.
correct.
And then on file 342, city moves to dismiss.
Yes, Your Honor.
Dismiss without prejudice pursuant to the negotiations. And that is a fair and accurate statement, Ms. Sutter.
It is, Your Honor, and I'll accept responsibility on my client's behalf.
All right, in regards to file 24L2841341, that's your understanding, Mr. Lauderdale. You'll be admitting responsibility through your attorney, Ms. Sutter, to the civil infraction of impeding traffic with a penalty of a fine of $130. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, just so we're working from the same ticket, Ms. Sutter, this is for conduct which occurred on February 14, 2024 in the city of Lansing, East Saginaw, Marshall. And at that time, you admit responsibility on behalf of your client for your client impeding traffic pursuant to the civil infraction on that date.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Does your client need some time to make the $130 payment to the city of Lansing?
Yes, Your Honor, if you'd allow 30 days.
And I'll give you a date, Mr. Lauderdale,
June 20th.
June 20th at 4 o'clock. So you can kind of set your own time frame, but it also all the $130 should be paid by June 20th by 4 o'clock. You've got that date, Mr. Lauderdale.
Yes, sir.
All right. Anything else for the record in 24L241, 341, or 342, Ms. Williams?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Ms. Sutter,
Nothing further.
you're all set, Mr. Lauderdale. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you.
Mr. Almagar. All right, so we're on the record in docket 22L2754202. That is the city of Lansing versus Timoteo Almagar. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Williams.
Assistant City Attorney Amanda Williams appearing on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Ms. Sutter.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter on behalf of Mr. Almagar, standing to my right.
And sir, you can correct my pronunciation, Timoteo Almagar? Thank you. This is the time set for pretrial in the matter. Ms. Williams, how we proceed?
Your Honor, I believe Mr. Almagar needs 45 days for compliance purposes, so we can adjourn it for that time.
That's a fair statement, Ms. Sutter. There's an additional request for compliance, essentially set the pretrial out 45 days.
Yes, Your Honor. I'd say 30 to 45 days. We're looking for at least mid-June.
Right, Mr. Almagar, we're going to reset this for compliance purposes out to the middle or past June. It's probably the last set, okay? So this is the last reset. But I understand it takes some time. We'll put it post second week of June.
June 18th.
June 18th at 9 o'clock. For compliance purposes, please keep in contact with attorney Ms. Sutter, and she will provide any paperwork needed that goes to the city of Lansing to Ms. Williams. And we've reset this for June 18th at 9 o'clock. Anything else for the record in 22L2754202, Ms. Williams?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Ms. Sutter.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Almagar, we'll see you on June 18th. All right, sir?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. I have Crawford and Kirksey are on the Zoom.
On Zoom. Okay, I'll need to speak.
So, Mr. Kirksey, it's my understanding you are not represented by counsel today, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
All right. I'm gonna go ahead and put your case on the record. Did you want to speak with the Assistant City Attorney on the case?
Is that Miss Williams?
Yes.
Yes, I spoke with her recently, but if we need to go to a breakout room, that would be fine with me.
All right. So let's go ahead and call your case, Mr. Kirksey. We're on the record in docket 24-00616. That is the City of Lansing versus Marcus Kirksey. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Williams.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant City Attorney Emmanuel Williams appearing on behalf of the City of Lansing.
And sir, you are Marcus Kirksey, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you can hear me all right, Mr. Kirksey?
Yes, I can.
All right, this is the time set for pretrial in the matter. It's my understanding Mr. Kirksey is not represented by counsel today, and you do wish to meet with the city attorney in a breakout room. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and Ms. Williams, you've joined. So you should get a prompt and we'll put you both in a breakout room. You'll get a prompt to go to room 2. All right, sir?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. You can join when you're ready, Imani.
Yes, I just did.
We have a 9. Mazer's not here. It's John. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-00616. That is a City of Lansing versus Marcus Kirksey. Ms. Williams, did you have the opportunity to speak with Mr. Kirksey in a breakout room?
Yes, Your Honor, I did.
And what, if anything, came out of that?
Your Honor, I'd like to ask for an adjournment for 45 days as Mr. Kirksey is trying to obtain a substance abuse assessment for compliance. For negotiation.
All right. So, Mr. Kirksey, you are still negotiating with Ms. Williams, and you're seeking, my understanding is an assessment for compliance purposes. So we'll set this out one final time. This was set out from April 9th to May 21st. We'll set it out 4 to 6 weeks, do you think?
Yeah, I think so. He has a date for a substance abuse assessment sometime in June.
Okay,
So maybe a little bit after that.
so maybe,
give him
so
some
at the
time.
end of June?
I think so.
All right. So, Mr. Kirksey, we'll look at the end of June to make sure that the assessment's already done, all right?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. June 25th at 9 o'clock. So this will be adjourned to June 25th at 9 o'clock. Anything else for the record in 24-00616, Ms. Williams?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
And Mr. Kirksey, you'll be provided notice to that Park Lake Road address. Is that still a good address for you?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And so I'll see you again on June 25th at 9 o'clock. You're all set, sir.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Thank you. And then ma'am, on the iPhone, can you identify yourself?
Me,
Yes.
Sienna Jordan.
Sienna Jordan, you're here for your 10 o'clock?
Yes.
All right. And are you represented by Miss Sutter today from the
Uh,
Public
I,
Defender's Office?
I believe so. Well, I assumed
Okay.
that I would be, so
You are. I have you as represented by the Public Defender's Office, and she's meeting with other clients, and she will meet with you. You're in the right place. All right, ma'am?
okay.
All right. So, Ms. Jordan, I'm going to place you in a breakout room with your public defender, and then we'll come back and put it on the record. All right, ma'am? All right, so we're on the record. Mr. Crawford, we'll call your case. We're on the record in docket 24-00520. That is the city of Lansing versus Riley Crawford. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Williams.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant City Attorney Emmanuel Williams appearing on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Ms. Sutter.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter on behalf of Mr. Crawford, who is joining us via Zoom.
And sir, you are Riley Crawford, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you can hear me all right, Mr. Crawford?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Ms. Williams, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I'd like to request an adjournment for 4 to 5 days for compliance purposes.
And Ms. Sutter, that's a fair statement?
That's correct, Your Honor. He's been asked to do a substance use assessment, and I say that just because I'm gonna ask if I find it necessary, is it also okay if I reach out to the court for a referral here?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, the part of the negotiation process, my understanding is an assessment process, and that's becoming somewhat problematic or could be. So Ms. Sutter, you know what to do if we do that. I'm going to set it out 45 days for the assessment in order for negotiations to continue. This will be the last adjournment because that'll set this out a little bit. But let's set it out for 6 weeks for July 2nd at 9 a.m. So, Mr. Crawford, we've adjourned this to July 2nd at 9 a.m. So that you can seek anything you need in order for the city attorney to continue to negotiate. And we've set it for July 2nd at 9 a.m. Anything else for the record in 24-00520, Ms. Williams?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Ms. Sutter?
Nothing further.
All right, Mr. Crawford, we'll see you on that July 2nd date. You'll get notice sent to the Wright Avenue address. Is that still a good address for you?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You're all set. Thank you for your appearance today, Mr. Crawford.
Have a great day.
You too. And then Ms. Jordan. All right, Ms. Jordan, we'll call your case. We're on the record in docket 24-00509. That is the city of Lansing versus Sienna Jordan. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Williams.
Assistant City Attorney Emmanuel Williams appearing on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Ms. Sutter.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter on behalf of Ms. Jordan, who is joining us via Zoom.
And ma'am, you are Sienna Jordan, is that correct?
Yes,
And you can hear me all right, Ms. Jordan?
yes.
This is the time set for a pretrial in this matter. Ms. Williams, how we proceed?
Your Honor, the city moves to dismiss count 1, hinder, oppose, and amend count 2, trespassing to civil infraction breach of claims.
A dismissal of count 1, which is the hinder and oppose. And then amending count 2. To breach of the peace?
Yes, civil infraction breach of claims.
And that's $150 fine. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. And you'll be admitting responsibility on behalf of your client, Ms. Sutter.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Jordan, I will re-indicate for the record, this is a dismiss of count 1 and an amendment of count 2 to the civil infraction of breach of the peace with a $150 fine. Is that your understanding, Ms. Jordan?
Yes,
All right. So we are working from the same information. This is for Ms. Sutter, this is for a conduct which occurred on February 22nd, 2024 at 600 East Michigan. And on that date in count 2, the amended count 2, you do admit responsibility on behalf of your client for being in breach of the peace.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. That's a $150 fine. Does your client need some time to pay that to the city of Lansing?
Yes, Your Honor, if you'd allow 45 days.
Yes. So 45 days to the city of Lansing, July 5th at 4 o'clock. So Ms. Jordan, you have till July 5th at 4 o'clock to make the $150 payment to the city of Lansing. You can set up your own plan as long as it's all paid by July 5th date. You should be all set. All right, ma'am?
Okay.
Anything else for the record in 24-00509, Ms. Williams?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Ms. Sutter,
Nothing further.
you're all set. Ms. Jordan, thank you for your appearance today.
Okay, thank you.
Then we have Mr. Perez.
Yes, Your Honor.
Right, so we're on the record. In docket 24-00872, 24L2842401, and 24L2842402. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? That is the City of Lansing versus Alberto Perez.
Assistant City Attorney Amani Williams appearing on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Ms. Sutter.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter on behalf of Mr. Perez, who is standing to my right.
And sir, you are Alberto Perez, is that
Yes.
correct? Thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Ms. Williams, how are we proceeding?
Okay, so for case number ending with 00872, the city will move to dismiss count 1, hinder oppose. And my understanding is that Mr. Perez will be pleading guilty to driving while license suspended. That's count 2. And for ticket 2401 and 2402, this city will be moving to dismiss those as well.
Okay, so it is a plead on file 00872. It is a plead as charged to count 2 and a dismissal of count 1.
Yes, Your Honor.
And then in regards to the ticket ending 401, people move to dismiss without prejudice as part of the plea negotiations.
And 402 as well.
All right. That's your understanding, Ms. Sutter, is going to be a dismissal of count 1, and then the 2 tickets 2402 and 401 with a plea to count 2.
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right. And Mr. Perez, that's your understanding that you'll be pleading guilty to count 2, which is, let me find the warrant. So count 2, which is punishable by 93 days in jail and or $500. Do you understand that? All right. So there you have some rights in this misdemeanor count 2, and I'm going to walk you through those rights. All right. All right. You have the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent until proven guilty, to have the prosecutor prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty, to have witnesses against you appear at trial, to question any witnesses that are brought against you. You are represented today by Attorney Lauren Sutter, and she would be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought by you by the people of the state of Michigan or the people of the city of Lansing. You understand that, sir? Yes. You have the right to have the court ordering witnesses appear in your defense, to remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If your plea is accepted, you'll give up the claim the plea was a result of any promises that's been stated on the record. Anything that has not been stated on the record, we put it all on the record, or threats that it was not your choice to plead guilty, and you'd be giving up the right to appeal any trial. Since you won't be having a trial, you'll be pleading guilty instead to count 2. Is it your intent today to waive your jury trial rights and to plead guilty to count 2?
Yes, sir.
Can I have you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear affirmed, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
You're going to bring your attention back to March 25th, 2024 in the city of Lansing at Oakland Avenue on North Washington Square. Were you operating a motor vehicle at that vicinity in the city of Lansing on March 25th, 2024? And had your license been suspended on the day you were operating it? All right. I find the factual basis to be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made. Any questions, Ms. Williams?
Your Honor, city satisfied.
Ms. Sutter?
I'm satisfied.
With that understanding, on the count two, do you wish to allocute, or did you want it to refer to probation?
No, Your Honor, no probation, but I leave it to the discretion of the court.
Ms. Sutter?
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd make a request for immediate sentencing here on the driving while license suspended.
All right, allocution. What's that?
Was there which?
No,
which one was
I
this?
leave it to the
Yeah,
discretion of the court.
Yeah, so this Sutter allocution.
Very good. Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, I would be asking the court to sentence Mr. Perez here to fines and costs. He has been making efforts to get his license restored to him. It is currently revoked. He's making efforts through the Secretary of State to go through their administrative appeals process, which we all know takes a little bit of time.
Yeah.
He was able, obviously, to come into compliance with insurance and registration on the car here. So given his situation with his license and the efforts that have to take place with the Secretary of State, they can be quite costly too. I think the number he quoted to me is $400 right now that he's working on. If the court could keep that in mind when assessing fines here.
All right, thank you. Mr. Perez, is there anything you'd like to say to the court before the court passes your immediate sentencing today on count two? All right. I'm going to assess, because we have multiple tickets, but it's a minimum fines and costs, $50 fine, $50 cost, crime victims' rights fee of $75, state fee of $25, for a grand total of $225. I'm not sensing any probation or term of incarceration. And does your client need some time to make that $225 to the city of Lansing?
Yes, Your Honor, if you'd allow 60 days.
Yeah. So we'll set it at 60 days, July 21st at 4 o'clock. Mr. President, you can kind of set up your own plan. As long as it's all paid by that July 21st date, you can put money towards it until that date is done. Count the tickets of no insurance and no plate are dismissed, and count one is dismissed pursuant to the plea agreement. And you can make payment at the window, online, or in person. Okay.
Yeah, the cheapest is one. You can pay online over the phone. Cheapest.
No, I'm gonna pay it right at the window.
That's perfect.
All right. Anything else for 24-00872 or the accompanying tickets, Ms. Williams?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Ms. Sutton?
Nothing further.
All right, Mr. Perez, good luck to you.
Thank you. Have a good day. Have a good day. Thank you.
You don't have anybody on Zoom, Miss.
There's no joy in the hallway.
Wozniak on the
Oh, yeah.
record.
Might as well.
So do you want to go on, who do you want to go on?
Yeah, Wozniak.
Wozniak.
Yeah.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 22-01856 and 23-03109. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Gerald Wozniak. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? And that's City versus Gerald Wozniak. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record, Ms. Williams?
Assistant City Attorney Amanda Williams appearing on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Ms. Sutter.
Good morning, Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter, on behalf of Mr. Wozniak, whose appearance I am waiving today.
All right, thank you. And you have no objection to the waiver of the appearance?
No, Your Honor,
All
we
right.
discussed that matter several times before. He is,
He's at Bear River.
Yeah, he's currently in Bear River. I think he's been there for some time. Ms. Williams, how are we proceeding today?
Your Honor, the city moves to dismiss at this time.
And that's on both files?
I only have one file.
There's one that's a show cause, so I think he's already pled to
All
it.
right,
This is, I
that's-
think he's missed a payment because he's in Bear River.
That's 185. That's a disorderly person.
Right, so you
Yeah, I only have one for those five.
suppose on that one, I'd ask the court to hold it in abeyance. Again, we know where he is and he has been there for
Yeah.
quite some time as a participant in mental health court up there, or mental health court is here, he is up there doing it.
Hold show cause in abeyance. D is in Bear River.
Did we sign a nollie for it?
It looks like it was on the ticket for the property damage.
Okay.
And the property damage is on a ticket, so we can dismiss without prejudice. Let's see. No, I got a ticket. Yeah. So dismiss without prejudice on the ticket. All right, so the 23-03-109 is dismissed without prejudice, and then the show cause is held in abeyance since we know where Mr. Wozniak is.
Thank you.
Anything else for the record in 22-01856 or 23-03109, Ms. Williams?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Ms. Summer.
Nothing further.
All right. And then we can wait on the, let's just see who shows up.
Sure.
Yeah, just because we know. Oh,
Misery.
did we do Beasley?
No,
And he's not represented. I don't know if he's.
that's correct. We didn't have him in our office.
You have Casey and Evans.
I can. Go on back.
It is for the 10 a.m.s is LKZ Evans, who are left, yes. And then Mr.
Right.
Beasley.
LKZ is not yours,
LKZ is mine.
but Beasley and Evans are
Beasley
not
is-
yours.
Evans is mine.
Okay,
Only
just
Beasley is not mine.
Only Beasley.
All right, so. I'll
So
go
we
with
can call Beasley.
Yeah,
All right, so we're on the record in docket 23-02253. That is the city of Lansing versus Johnny Beasley. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Williams.
Assistant City Attorney Amanda Williams appearing on behalf of the city of Lansing.
This is a pretrial that was scheduled for 10 o'clock. It is now 10:29. This was previously adjourned for compliance purposes. It appears that Mr. Beasley has failed to appear today. I do not see Mr. Beasley on the Zoom courtroom, physical courtroom. There's nobody by that name in the waiting room. Ms. Williams, how would you like to proceed?
Your Honor, I'm asking for a bench warrant bond forfeiture with 48 hours.
The court will issue a bench warrant bond forfeiture with a 48-hour hold on Mr. Beasley for his fail to appear. Anything else for the record in 23-02253, Ms. Williams?
So, Your Honor, thank you.
You should be all set on Mr. Beasley's.
Is, Council Tom, Council, yes. 10:30. Mhm.
And then we're waiting Mr. Kelso and our 11 o'clocks.
There's one 9 o'clock. We haven't, yeah, I don't know if the court wants to wait on that or call it.
Oh, Mr. Mazer?
Yes.
Let's go ahead and call Mr. Mazer. Right on top. All right, so we're on the record in docket 23-023-02735. That is the city of Lansing versus John Mazer. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Williams.
Assistant City Attorney Amanda Williams appearing on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Ms. Sutter.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter appearing on behalf of Mr. Mazer. I do not believe he's present. He has previously communicated with my office, so I'm not sure as to why he's not here today.
There's an indication that he may be homeless. And yeah, and that this was adjourned for compliance purposes. It would appear that this was scheduled for 9 o'clock. It is now 10:31. Fear that the defendant has failed to appear for the pretrial. Ms. Williams, how would you like to proceed?
Your Honor, given the fact that he might be homeless, more inclined to ask the court to reset the matter instead of issuing a bench warrant, just to see if Ms. Sutter can reach her client.
He has fairly recently been in contact with my office, so I'm a little surprised that he's not here. If the court is willing to consider the city's request, I would back the request.
All right. I'm going to indicate the defendant failed to appear for the pretrial. We're going to reset just to see if you can come in contact with Mr. Mazur. We'll reset the pretrial for
June 4th at 10:30.
June 4th at 10:30. So we'll not issue bench warrant at this time, given he's been in contact. It's just that it's sporadic, but so let's reset for June 4th at 10:30.
Thank you.
Anything else for the record in 23-02735, Ms. Williams?
No, Your Honor, I think.
Ms. Sutter.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Let's wait, because as soon as we call them, somebody will show up. But we can probably take a break, because so we'll wait to call the 10 and 10:30s, just because I know as soon as we call them, somebody will show up.
Sure, yes, there's way.
And then let me know on the 11 o'clock, so we'll take a break.
Okay, thank you.
All rise.
I think it's 20, but I can amend it to 10. I have 20. After 20, 20. I can amend this to 10. Thank you. Huh? Yeah.
Go pick it up, but I don't pick my car.
Instructions. Yeah. that's the one.
Yes, he's no limit on the side for schizophrenic or bipolar. Some kind of social Allocation. It's an opportunity for an attorney to just freely speak. So sometimes it's like more humane version of what the legal side of the law. So it's technical arguments and there's just say some nice things or for her to be arguing for what she wanted the judge to do.
Okay.
I usually just leave that to the discretion before the city doesn't really get involved in sentencing or anything that has to do with the defendant's client or fees unless we stipulate anything beforehand.
Yeah.
But when it comes to that, I just leave it to the judge and she
Yeah,
can,
opportunity to speak, basically.
Okay.
make a statement
Yeah.
on behalf of her client.
Yeah, it's lawyer's chance, opportunity to speak about the client.
I
It's
got
not technical.
Not like
legal stuff.
argument, not legal, but
Yeah, you can make
it's still
those
in their
arguments.
favor.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense. I wrote down the question mark.
It's it's a word you don't ever hear until you're in the.
Yeah,
court,
until you're
they just told me that
in
in law
court,
school.
No, I've never heard that word.
Learn things along the way.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I had to write it down our first week when I was in court too. And I was like,
I was like, I've never heard that, not even in evidence. I was like, wait, what?
Dave Judge Alderson, who was Judge Flores's predecessor, she threw at me, like, I was day one in my job, I didn't have any training.
Yeah.
I was like, well, I'd spent a brief amount of time as a volunteer training in Spigen, but essentially
Right.
freshly licensed. My
Yeah.
P number was like 6 days old, and she threw that at, you know. What did I? Is that math? What are you?
That's what I thought it was addition.
Right.
Execution.
I'm pretty sure I started giving her like credit for days. She's like, no, Sarah, just talk about your client. Okay.
I
can do that.
Yes.
Like, I will use my creative writing. Thank you.
Oh.
And wants to go to trial on the case. The whole thing.
Oh, don't start with me.
Don't
start with me.
It's
3
so-
hours. 3 hours in my office on Friday. When I
So
was
what
trying
is
to-
he arguing about?
It was an accident, so he shouldn't have been charged. He didn't need to be the regular excuse. Doing work on the house because it needs to be like refurbished. and
But I
sell it
offered
there.
some action, we could just waive it and take it.
I think his answer should be one or the other.
That's
Community service.
I can't go to trial, I'm fine going to trial, I have no issues going to trial, just like wondering the mindset that you want to go to trial on this.
Oh, well,
That's like just like the guy we had yesterday, that wanted to go to trial.
So.
And he got in the first sentence, and Amanda told him he doesn't get anything, usually the next 3 months. The case will be dismissed.
I think I did hear that.
Yeah, she was willing to dismiss it.
Understanding.
But I think I remember correctly, I think that guy's fear was, it was like a bitter neighbor involved, right? So he was worried that they would just continue on at least knowing that deal, and so he'd lose it.
No.
This guy, I mean, he's just,
Well, he got a misdemeanor on his record for
Yeah.
a reason. He, like, honestly,
yeah.
no.
I know it was a day before I was supposed to be running a 2-day trial. That's what I said, 3 hours, it's consistent coming on Friday, not earlier, Friday.
Okay.
Even though I was supposed to be starting a 2-day trial yesterday. You want to come and watch all of this?
I mean.
So what is this? Just sitting there. My come to Jesus talk apparently did not work. Well, it did over the weekend, and then
I
Yeah, I
know,
sat
maybe
and
you
thought
should
over the
come to someone else.
there's like there's a couple people in that. I think Nicole joined us at some point.
No, that's funny.
Like Taylor wanted because they were that was running the trial with me. So he was like, "How are you doing this?"
Yeah.
160
Yeah, I get all seats and tires. The one thing I've had for a few years, I really needed tires. Until I got. That'll come next week, so. I don't really know what, I think it's something called, it's my car. It has car. It's been got 2 months, but people ran outside and smashed it in my back. And so. it's time to say, no, it has to be this one.
We got pre-trial.
Yes, we do, and I have a zoning hearing for the dogs.
Is it the same guy?
The same guy, never ending case of the dogs.
Wood's sentencing should be easy. That's the one, he's been an MPSC. And we only went to sentencing because we had to do sentencing. So this is just gonna be that time served.
Yeah, I remember this one.
Yeah, that was a pain.
Yeah.
I held like 4 FOIAs with MDOC because they confirmed who did a PSI. He signed an ROI, so we have it. Denied my request for basically ROI.
Did they send it to the court at least?
Yeah, that's
I was not share it with anyone.
That's really hard.
But if the court needs it.
Court eventually they delayed, they dicked around so long that he was released on parole.
He lost because of this.
No, well, so that's kind of what we're trying to do is this case got issued in 2021 at the same time.
Yeah, and
that
he served.
You know,
He went to
worst thing
prison
about
for the
it
same
is
exact
I
thing.
didn't even get
So he's been in prison since 2021. The MDOC finally agreed to start, they were refusing to bring him for arraignment. He's wanted to resolve his case.
Okay.
Essentially since Mark went to prison. But MDOC just will not apply.
Why?
God.
I mean, come on, just like, it's one more chance for you to let someone go from prison.
So then he got approved for parole on, I think it's April 26th, because this is what he's out there. And at that point, he had his parole officer, and she was like, well, how do I, like, you want me to be paroled immediately to the new case? Why can't I just resolve that? So he finally started putting him on Zoom, well, messed up first for a times, but.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, so they
I
finally,
realized.
his parole date came and they had no chance to release him. Now, God bless this guy. He
I
took
might
a
have
bus
heard.
to the nearest
Oh,
city,
God.
borrowed a phone at McDonald's and called the probation department here to schedule it. So he didn't see his eye and his assessment.
It doesn't do it.
You give the guy credit.
At least they did that.
When
Yeah,
I
like,
was
he
out,
didn't even
like,
make it
about
home.
stuff
He
that
took
they
a-
think
he
that
took
they
the
need
bus
to know
to
right
him.
away, but
Took it as
no,
far as it
like,
would take him
They're
towards
they're
home.
throwing at you like
Borrowed a phone from
the
someone in
courses you
McDonald's to
need,
call
the
probation
amount
here
of
to schedule his
credits, all
assessment.
this information that you're gonna get
Damn,
every
dude.
year from academic advisor.
That guy didn't have so much game.
I'll give him that.
Yeah.
I would have, I'm not sure I would have done, I definitely would have,
Yep,
I would have gotten
a
home.
case,
But yeah,
I guess
some
he
random-
was just worried about like
maybe
getting it
volunteer
resolved.
tuition for-
Yeah, no, I understand.
Yeah, so
I'd rather
he-
like, thanks,
Yeah.
I already did this.
that's the thing, it's like he knew exactly what to do, like he knew it was gonna be time served, he knew nothing was gonna happen with
It
it, he
basically
just
said
has
things
to
like,
take the box, complete the assessment. For the course wheels are due anything, so he just wanted it done.
don't get burned out, you know, like,
He did it.
good at handling and handling stress.
I think I did. I also remember, yeah, I just finished that. Oh, yeah, Jody. Oh, no, Jody contacted at, the assessment at while he was at IUC.
Yeah, she was trying to get the, she was trying to get the precinct.
Yeah, so maybe that's what, because yeah, Jody emailed me on May 8th, I was able to complete the assessment at IUC.
No, they were right next door.
So I should-
So I think called AAA and I'm sitting.
Yeah.
right there and, like, running on 2 hours of sleep.
Yeah.
Yes. They went to peanut butter and have their coffee.
I love that. Oh my God, that sounds like that.
Whereas I don't know.
Today.
I don't have the assessment review yet.
It's pretty good.
I love peanut butter.
It comes in a big mug, but it's like
Never
coffee.
had it.
Yeah, I think it might be peanut butter. Not really a peanut butter shop.
Good to know you're not allergic to peanut butter, because I actually put peanuts like every day.
So David Wood was on the
Peanuts,
free
peanut
trial
butter.
this
I don't like
afternoon.
when cheats.
Okay.
Peanut butter or.
I
butter on my
think,
eggs.
I got a voicemail from him last night. He was asking community service as well.
So he wants to know.
100 to 50.
Second row, but jail. So I was in jail here this morning. My boyfriend's in jail. He calls Wilbur.
Yeah, I thought he was working on.
He was,
community
so that was
service.
the voicemail he relayed to me last night. He called, I gave him that like prepaid lunch for.
Unless it's in his line.
He said he called pretty much everyone on, and so it tells you like don't even
But
bother
he
calling you
calls
whatever.
Rotting.
So he called everyone that he would be eligible for.
I mean, it is, but like, what's
Most
how
of
it's
them
cheats? Like,
aren't
what is cheating?
accepting people
It's
right now
more
for some of the high school
It's like-
students doing
Because
community
you want your
service, so
body
they're
to
not
work
taking,
together
most
with
people aren't
those
taking new ones,
It's so.
or new
I like,
volunteers.
look-
And then the ones that are left aren't taking his type of case.
Definitely under pressure.
It
So
is,
he
it's
hasn't
really
been
good,
able
but
to
it's not
find a place that will agree to let him do community service.
like, I like frozen. I love frozen yogurt.
Yeah.
So I was like, but frozen yogurt stays in freezer.
He just, no one will let him.
Why do they call it frozen yogurt?
So he worked through calling an
I need to
entire
get on that
list
train.
of all the places that he's eligible for.
Okay.
I used to work in high school
All but, I think he said 2 or 3, maybe 4 of them
and like I
aren't
don't do
accepting
it.
volunteers right now. They're full of summer
Okay.
volunteers for high school students. 3 or
If you
4
want
So
to
that's- I feel
use
like
something
that's
that's not on the list,
Yeah.
as long as I can verify.
I
it,
thought I
okay,
had,
Okay.
like,
You know the drill, just
Yeah.
give me a sheet that I can follow.
and I don't know, I still don't know. Like, my
All I
doctor's
need-
like, no, you're still not.
We'll see if
allergic
it's
to anything."
working. I know it's not our first
allergic
exam.
to something.
Okay.
Maybe, I honestly didn't even bother.
Were
because
you
I
willing to
still
come down to
think
Canada
she's
for him?
I
If
don't
we're
care.
gonna lock in more
We'll
time?
Just deal with
This
it.
situation. How many times did we adjourn
I-
that?
So we adjourned once for body cam and stuff, and then we'd adjourn for community service. So this is the thing we
From
ordered.
your stress too, so it's like, yeah, I was stress related. Stress. My gut. Okay, but my gut, when I'm stressed, it's like. You know.
And the mental health concern,
I got-
Oh, you did it now.
Oh, yeah.
So we had.
That's
smart.
smart.
Yeah,
I
no,
went there
I
with my
know.
note.
Yeah,
Backwards.
concerns
Great.
and,
That saved my life
Yeah.
in Japan. If you do go to
Yeah.
Japan, bring plums, bring bouillon, because the body will not get used to food right away.
Yep.
Super good.
Yeah, I already have that.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, I just.
I'm like,
Yeah, I didn't get that far, but it was-
potatoes and
That's what I do.
Yeah.
So.
Once your body can.
It's like posting. And I keep seeing all the way, like he's posting a lot.
Oh my God, I have this picture of this disgusting sandwich that we saw somewhere. It's a sandwich with mayonnaise and pork. That's it. It's a delicacy there, I guess. I thought, this is nasty. I need to take a picture of it. I literally thought it would be there. It was good, but also complicated. That's a like, yeah, at the same place they have this chocolate bread. It's delicious. But chocolate bread is nothing like mayonnaise, corn, that's right. And they have all these pastries.
I like this expired breakfast thing.
Oh, God, don't even. Okay,
I've triggered something.
no, it's for $15.
I don't know how, but I mean.
So the person just like, what have I got something?
No, his car got stolen like a couple of days after he got the ticket, and he doesn't want to pay the ticket, and
This
he
is,
was in front of,
car.
yeah,
a
he
pizza
was in
that
front
was
of Magistrate Millmore, he didn't want to pay the
Yeah.
ticket, and then he applied,
I watched that hearing on Zoom.
he applied all that, like all these fines on it, and it was
This is
$60,
nachos as well.
and she reduced it to 30, and it was reduced to like
Yeah, I remember that. I was waiting to do arraignments with him when I watched that. So
I do the challenge.
I think it's fair on it. I was like, what do you want me to say? Like, okay, dear Judge Flores,
But the thing
please,
is
like,
I
what
had
do you
done
want me to
what
say?
happened is I had
Yeah.
to walk
Okay, you have
Really
$15 to get what you want.
nearby.
I mean, if your car was stolen 2 days before,
And
different
you
story.
No, it
walk
was
away
stolen 2 days
so
after,
close.
and you
But if you
still
want, like,
broke the law.
Yeah.
you
And
want,
even if the
you know,
meter had ran out, that's still breaking the law.
fried chicken,
That's
KFC,
all.
or like they have that, or McDonald's or Moss Burgers, you'll walk a
It's
lot.
just,
And like, especially
No,
the
I'm
Mexican place that I like.
so I gotta
They
tell
said,
you, like,
they
my
have this
color is
pasta
just
that's really good.
just like,
Yeah.
Pizza.
getting like.
Pizza and pasta was most
Yeah.
of what I ate, to be honest, because it was all.
Getting
stuff.
through like
And
papers
someone
and myself.
else told me that.
He's
he
not
hired
very
an
good at
attorney,
that
and I was
actually,
like,
at all.
please tell me that's not true.
He,
So it turned out
did
not to be true, but I
Oh,
don't
it's
know
not
where the
true.
mix-up
It's a
was.
lie.
Can you imagine
They
hiring
got
an
it.
attorney for $15 fine?
Right?
There was
Yeah.
nobody accommodating.
New Jersey.
She would request him to make salad.
Like, I mean, bare minimum,
It took
you're spending
us
$5
that,
grand
no.
on retainer for an attorney.
She would request. for cheaper
Yeah,
surrounding
so yeah, that turned out to be not true, and I'm glad at least,
She left.
there's some sanity to
Too
that.
early.
That's funny.
She was there for years now, and I was struggling with her. But
I need to look up the law that says you have to pay your
I care.
tickets,
I
and
hate how
they didn't do that.
I literally hate him. It's not even- No, no, it
Yeah, I just
wasn't.
wanna
So
go
I
shoot
was
the
like,
percentage.
I don't blame her for that, but like, I was like, well, that's, but I just have to-
Alright.
I'm
gonna take a little
taking you on
water.
excursions all day and then yourself or try to sneak away because of the vending machine or at least pop in the back of the bus. And then get back to the hotel and eat that. And you're like, I'm hungry for dinner. Like, I've been there for 3 hours, it's rubbish. You gotta walk to go dinner. It's good with himself. As they, we're all adults there, so I have to take care of this, you know, but it is frustrating that he did. I wrote in my, I didn't have to change it, and I wrote in my suggestions that the welcome and Danish have waters, because that means Jeff, I did. Entire day. We have any water. So I said, water is not Jeff, I did, we didn't have any water. And I also said to on excursions, and then for 2-hour gaps where people could do whatever they want. Yeah, I mean, he did do that a couple of times, and so you could get food on some excursions, but it's also what we go on excursions. So it's like that favorable to everybody. This weekend, can't afford it, you know. So he said it's good. And he takes some soap that it gets some shellfish. And he's also a Jew, so he doesn't eat shellfish. And you should see this that way. It's so easy to just not have it self.
Yeah.
Than to not have it. And especially if you're getting this. Yeah. So when we found that vegan place with that camper, she's so happy. But I was literally like 5 miles from the hotel, so we don't once. It's been a walk.
Turn around.
Yeah. You could take the train, but. Costs nothing, someone. Yeah, yeah, there's not much.
Other trips that you go on, like, that's what, like, it's warm and sunny,
Yeah,
and then there's farm hazard from Eastern Europe.
yeah, yep, there's Croatia,
That's fascinating.
yeah, Croatia, that's going on.
Yeah.
I know we're going to be Croatia this year and they're rising 3 houses, so that even tells you even that people are, and they wanted to do it their one year, but they didn't know about it. So they knew about it, nobody like, it's your first year, a lot of people are so anxious, they don't know, you know, jump into that.
Maybe it's like, it's upside down, like 8 a.m. come and show us pictures of Croatia.
Yeah.
So, like,
I didn't even know a single person going to Japan. When I chose to go, I went because I was thinking of what's going to heard talking about it. And this is actually the craziest thing. My 1 out year, imagine this, I'm sitting in like that little 300 month floor. Rabbits in there talking all about Japan and it's like PowerPoint. And he gets to the dates slide, like all the way through, he gets to the date slide and says May such and such to June such and such. And I said, all of a sudden I just pictured myself on my birthday in Japan and it was sad. I was like, that's my birthday. It was sad. I was like, I'm going. And then I was like, does financial aid cover it? And I had some money left over also with financial aid. He said yes. And I said, does it cost like out of state? Because they've tried to charge me out of state for studying abroad. And he said they shouldn't be doing that for law school. And I said, oh, okay. So I had to call it study abroad and they got it all fixed out. It's messy for a while then. Study abroad is very messy. Yeah, they were, so they were like giving me money and then taking money away. It was really cute. Yeah, like 20 different billing statements, like in got minus this or plus this, like until they figure it out.
right?
Full amount. Where they're like, you have a hold on your account. What? Have you found any of your final grades?
No, as of yesterday, no.
This is my daily breakfast. It's a rice ball. And ginger oranges. It's literally the first thing I found that I could actually eat. It was that and strawberries. We're in store. Hi. And this is the candy. I think it's so interesting. They have Dars instead of Mars. Dars chocolate. Oh, this was the first day. So the first day, he didn't give us a choice. I should have told him I was vegetarian or vegan because he chose all seafood.
I think.
I literally wanted to gag, so this girl in front of me is the vegan. This is, this had literally live shrimp in it. This was like a weird texture, weird texture, it wasn't soft. Ended up getting fries, but the fries tasted like fish oil because they, so I couldn't eat them. This is for kids.
Fair enough. You got me there.
Yeah, they're not good though.
I don't sound.
They're horrific.
I mean, sunflower oil, sure, okay, I get it.
No, they were terrible. I did not eat that. The smell of them was like.
It's like the worst version of fish and chips.
Yeah.
Why did you do this to me?
Literally.
You don't combine them, they go well together.
Yeah. So that was the full vibe of the first night. So the first night he
So
didn't
that's what it
let
says
me
here,
choose.
but
I
I
thought it
guess
was gonna be like a place where you could
Feel
pick what
penny,
you ate.
they're waiting on a police report.
He chose the most Japanese restaurant you could find. 7 meal course of all raw fish. fish. And you're walking, you smell like it the entire time. I was so nauseous that when I left, I tried to eat a corn dog. It was my first day. Remember, I haven't eaten in 48 hours. Technically, because I was on the plane at 18, and then we had a whole excursion, 18 hours ahead. So lived 2 days, and I'm starving. And the last thing I ate on the plane, and I'm in this covered with fish. I couldn't eat any of it, so I was like, I got it. Here we are. We get back. We got back about like 10 p.m. and I grabbed some of these. I went and grabbed a corn dog. And I like literally started bawling my eyes. I was like, I just
Fish.
yeah, and it stuck in my nose, I think, for about 3 days because of the like everybody was in. It's like 30 plus people in our room sitting like on the floor eating fish. Like, nauseous. Yeah. Yeah. But after that, I got almost shows. I think that I would have been less traumatized with you would have chose McDonald's or something for the first day. Like not everything likes that food. We went too far. Especially since I learned that that was the meal that he was paying for. It was really not fair. And I asked everybody, even people who like sushi, only one person liked it. Only one person. And I was like, yeah, this isn't really for people who don't, for people who do like it. Maybe you just really like that restaurant. I mean, things I'm fried like that, fried stuff. Big deal, but it's not to me. It was a beautiful restaurant. But I can't figure out where that's. Yeah, I'd go just get tea there. Like, he's fun. He's a good guy. He's fun. He does the same excursions every year, so like if I were to go back, I'd be taking the same trips. Yes, she's from Osaka, which I got to visit too, because I went to Universal Studios there. Did she go with you guys? She went to a couple excursions with us. Yeah, I would say so. Her dad passed away, so she's gone some of them, but most of the ones she can make it. Oh yeah, she's awesome. I love Chica. I love her more than I love Ravage. She's awesome. She's hilarious. She Ravage like forgot the water or something. She like started getting me. Stop it. He was like really fake. Oh, you're stupid. Go get stupid. You know, and she's like, it was so funny. It's that every year. So it's like no, that's okay. It's kind of important though. It's not a video. Oh my god. Jeremiah had a lot of issues. I had a appendix out of it. And it's like, I didn't realize how many people I was like, so I was like, oh, it's fine. I don't know because I've never had any experience with that, but I think my understanding is it's like a sharp pain. Yeah. That's it. Okay. I just scanned around, pretty sure. All this is like all multiple places, so he's just like. Yeah, he also does it for, he says bar exam. So that we have here. So it doesn't make sense to decide to test with an essay. Test completely.
What is it?
Do you hear the forecast for this?
No.
So.
Yeah. Mine's gonna be this year. 37%.
That's.
I had an essay and I had one that was part essay, part take home. So I don't know if that one's not
After
done
he
yet.
graduated, he spent under the student rep, he worked for you.
I'm glad I didn't late.
I mean, I wasn't sure what was.
Yeah, I didn't get my last take. That was in
Like with the regular bar exam, I was like barely 45. Barely.
Well, you do, you have to UB, so you can't.
Serious?
But they take forever.
Yeah. So, yeah, the APO prosecutors, they, a guy who practiced
Yup.
for a year in the
Yeah,
school,
I agree. I don't
you
know
were gonna
why.
hire him. He failed the bar.
I had a professor who worked on this,
And he and I
He had
got
to
to
do a lot
learn
of
this
his work.
He's a husband and I. Children too.
Oh my goodness.
I was like,
Yeah,
do
I
the
agree.
appeal that
It's
is
kinda
not,
hard.
can't
Yeah,
heal the UV. I want that.
I.
So he has to wait for
He,
Joel to take it again?
On school.
Damn, come on.
I wasn't gonna.
That's not fair.
Well, especially since there's still subjective parts, like we're still.
I wanted
We're still great
And then
portions.
I
It's
just
subjective.
I know a lot of people
Yeah.
do both. It wasn't feasible for me.
I'm trying to get 30,
Yeah,
30%
yeah,
of test.
I don't read those about them like comes like.
I have a grand.
She's not really well.
She's awesome.
And I know.
That sucks.
Yup.
That's one.
Yeah, she's like.
Yeah, I mean, I thought taking it during online COVID.
Yeah.
Jesus.
And I think Shelby does well. She's the other. Like,
Ron.
yeah.
Yeah.
She- There's 7 of them, I think, that go across the board. It's just that easy. You know.
A lot of people learn. It's like a job.
Yeah.
It is. They're like requiring you to do certain things for certain things. So it's like a job. And it takes up time on top of your studies. And I think it's that I decided to do paper finals when I got my honor. Was that? I had 2 paper finals. And I was very good papers in the semester. It's hard though, because you have to do your schedule, and then you also want certain credits, and you also want certain board courses that you want to.
The girl with the. She was like trial. She like being that several times.
Short hair for you.
She did, yeah, so she got like,
Going to be.
yeah.
Oh. Color hair?
Like.
Can I catch up on all my notes? Because I really want to do it early today. and It's
Oh,
only that, it's only
I'm on
Tuesday. but it's
international,
like
so I
Thursday.
No,
I-
really.
I know most of them because they're my grade and
Right,
such,
and
but
picking up on a
um,
restitution hearing Friday, it's been going on for 4
I
months.
think she was.
Okay. Well, I'm off on Friday. That's the only day that I should get off instead of the whole week.
I'm not
I get
sure.
a day.
So at least you get a 4-day weekend then?
Yeah.
Okay.
But she
Yeah.
came in and was like very.
I know,
surprised about it,
yeah.
Like she didn't really fail.
I mean, I'm okay with that. Like, I can get away.
I was like,
Day.
Yeah.
maybe she does a
Yes,
lot of
she's
stuff.
certified
She's an
hearing.
SBA.
She was
and
sentenced
She
in
was
March.
maybe. Yeah.
She's
Judge and prosecutor hate bringing this case, like.
Oh,
sorely hate.
my.
blackish brown hair
Oh.
and she's in a Tulsa.
Probably, I gotta see if it.
Asian Pacific American.
To do.
She's
Do
also.
I know her?
I like it.
I don't think it would. It's,
No.
I mean.
She's not like, she's not on the like Michigan, so I don't think.
Yeah, no, I don't.
No,
think
I do know.
That was my one guess. My other guess would be.
And he's forcing, like, he's wacky adjournments on his hearing, so I started forcing him. 3 months ago. We came back after 30 days, and all of a sudden she was pleading the on the stand, so Judge.
Why? Oh,
I won the court 6 months ago. That's up there.
Oh, Randy, yeah. Oh, yes, yeah. Short.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I'm thinking like North Shore.
No, like short.
Yes, I love Randy. She's awesome.
She's
That's
I haven't like
nice.
talked to her a lot, but she didn't even.
She's a superstar, so she also has a child. Think of that.
Yes.
She is a superstar.
Did you at least give a transcript of the first part?
I should.
I gotta find it.
And a kid.
I need more information.
Well, I can't do that.
Thank you. It's a good question.
As long as.
Sometimes
What hazard
I don't understand.
Why
should we major
in psychology?
Because I don't understand.
Just.
It's the case that will never end. Like, again, he was sentenced in February, and we're
I
still
know a
doing
lot of
this.
people think.
He's
I
only
don't
halfway through his
like it
probation.
Until I got into my schedule.
Oh.
I don't really know.
Every time I hear this case.
So it's like.
My friend is
It's
just.
a mock trial in my undergrad. And I wanted to get like same thing, but more like intense, but also. So I was like. So much. And. Oh, we were ready to like talk about it. So I was like. It just didn't work out. So I didn't.
Yeah, I talked to Cortez Rankin.
Yes.
Thanks.
Absolutely, I know some people take it to try. Yeah. That doesn't seem to.
And can you ask Attorney Ashton Gallagher, if she
But
wants
if you
to
were
talk
to
to
do
me?
an oral.
She called me yesterday when I was in trial and I couldn't get back to her. Well, by the time I was done, it was like, why?
Mr. Gallagher, did you want to speak with the city attorney?
Yeah, please. Thank you.
Okay, I'll put you in a breakout room.
Easy to do.
It's afterwards. I want to do it. We're debating it. We have to.
Ms. Almeida, did you want to speak with the city attorney or do you have representation? You're muted. You have to unmute, ma'am. You're muted. You have to unmute. I can't hear you.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I will speak with the attorney.
Okay.
respond. So go on Mr. Rankin first, and then Ms. Gallagher will call your case after we're done with Mr. Rankin. So we're on the record in docket 23-03403. That's the City of Lansing versus Cortez Rankin. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Williams.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant City Attorney Manny Williams appearing on behalf of the City of Lansing.
And Ms. Sutter.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter appearing today on behalf of Mr. Rankin, who's joining us via Zoom.
And sir, you are Cortez Rankin, is that correct?
Yes.
And you can hear me all right, Mr. Rankin?
Yes, I can hear you perfectly.
Thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Ms. Williams, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I had a discussion with Ms. Sutter, and we think that we need to set this matter for a final pretrial with subpoenas to be sent to victims and witnesses.
All right, so we'll start with the final pretrial. Is that a fair statement, Ms. Sutter?
It is.
All right, now set for final pretrial on June 11th at 8:30. At this time, do we need a corresponding jury trial date, Ms. Williams?
I don't believe so, Your Honor.
All right. All right, so we'll set it for final pretrial on June 11th at 8:30, and that can be attended by Zoom.
If we need.
All right. So, Mr. Rankin, you'll get notice of that at your last known court address at the Southfield address. Is that still a good address to receive notification for you?
Yes.
All right. Anything else for the record in 23-03403, Ms. Williams?
Your Honor, thank you.
Ms. Sutter?
Nothing further. Thank you.
You're all set, Mr. Rankin. Thank you for your appearance today.
No problem.
Then Ms. Gallagher. What case is Ms. Gallagher?
Christopher Nagy.
Meg. All right. We're on the record in docket 24-01005. That is the City of Lansing versus Christopher Nagy. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Williams.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant City Attorney Manny Williams appearing on behalf of the City of Lansing.
And Ms. Gallagher Train.
Good morning, Ashton Gallagher Train appearing on behalf of Mr. Nagy, who is appearing in court via Zoom this morning.
All right, Mr. Nagy, you'll have to unmute, and you are Christopher Nagy, is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. And you can hear me all right, Mr. Nagy?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Ms. Williams, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I had a discussion with Ms. Gallagher Train this morning, and I believe she still requires further evidence in the matter, and she needs time to negotiate, to discuss the matter with her client. So if we can reset it for 30 days, I believe that would be appropriate unless Ms. Gallagher Train has other opinions.
And that's my understanding, Ms. Gallagher Train. It's a request for an adjournment for 30 days?
Yes, Your Honor.
Still some discovery issues and negotiations are continuing.
Yes, that's correct.
All right. So we'll reset this pretrial for 30 days out at June 18th at 9 a.m. So, Mr. Nagy, you'll receive notice from Ms. Gallagher Train, and you still have notice at that Michigan Avenue address. Is that still a good address for you for notification purposes?
Yes, it is.
All right. We've reset this for June 18th at 9 a.m. Anything else for the record in 24-01005, Ms. Williams?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Ms. Gallagher Train, anything else?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, Mr. Nagy, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you.
DeShore. Yeah.
Mr. Rucker, you're here on Deshar Harris.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Did you need to speak with the city attorney on that case?
I kind of just briefly, Your Honor. I don't know that we have very much to discuss. but I do want to relay to her where we stand on the community service.
All right, so once you join Miss Williams, I'll place you in a breakout room with them.
I have one assigned already.
So, Mr. Rucker, you're going to get a prompt to go to room 2, and Miss Williams will join you in just a second.
Very good. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 23-02025. That is the City of Lansing versus Deshar Harris. Both parties, please introduce themselves for the record. Ms. Williams.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant City Attorney Amanda Williams appearing on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Mr. Rucker.
Good morning, Your Honor. Jack Rucker appearing on behalf of Mr. Harris. Mr. Harris appears via Zoom. Counsel also appears by Zoom.
All right, thank you. And sir, you are Deshar Harris, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you can hear me all right, Mr. Harris?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Ms. Williams, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I spoke with Mr. Rucker this morning, and I believe we need to adjourn it for 30 more days for compliance purposes.
Right, I will adjourn the matter for 30 days. It's probably the last adjournment. We've reset this twice, brief adjournment for pretrial and then notice issue reset for pretrial. So this goes back to April, but I will adjourn it for 30 days for compliance purposes. And we'll reset 30 days out for June 18th at 9 a.m. So, Mr. Harris, you'll get notice sent to the last address the court has, which is the Birchfield Avenue address, along with Mr. Rucker's address in Lansing. All right, sir?
Okay. Is it the 4622 address?
Yes.
Okay.
Anything else for the record in 23-02025, Ms. Williams?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. Rucker?
Nothing for me, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Harris, we'll see you on June 18th. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you.
I also think that Miss Omida wanted to talk
Speak
to
with
me.
you?
Yes.
Miss Omida, I'm going to place you in a breakout room with Miss Williams. And so you should get a prompt to go to room 2, and Miss Williams is there in her room already, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Hey, all right, so we're on the record in docket 2400842. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Crystal Almeida. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Williams.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant City Attorney Amanda Williams appearing on behalf of the City of Lansing.
And ma'am, you are Crystal Almeida, is that correct?
Yes.
And you can hear me all right, Miss Almeida?
Yes, I can.
All right, this is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Ms. Williams, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, the city moves to dismiss all charges.
All right, Ms. Almeida, the city is moving to dismiss the ticket without prejudice. And so I can do that orally. So at this time, this case is dismissed without prejudice. Means the city could reissue if they choose to, but realistically today, the case is dismissed. All right, ma'am?
Okay, perfect.
Anything else for the record in 2400842, Ms. Williams?
Your Honor, thank you.
You should be all set. Thank you for your appearance today, Ms. Almeida.
Thank you. Have a good day.
And do you have witnesses here on the formal hearing?
Yes, I do.
Let's go ahead and,
Is he even here?
I don't think he is,
Okay.
but I think, but your witnesses are here, and
Yes,
so.
my witnesses are here.
All right, so we're on the record in docket TU 230258885. It's the city of Lansing versus Okechukwu is the last name. Okechukwu is the first name with an O and then the last name with a U. Okechukwu Ukuchekwa. Appearances for the record, Ms. Williams.
City Attorney Amanda Williams appearing on behalf of the City of Lansing.
All right, this is the time set for a formal hearing today. It was set for 11 o'clock. It is now 11:33. We did have some my staff did have some contact with Mr. Ukachukwu, who indicated that he was going to join by Zoom in order to indicate why he couldn't appear today. He has failed to appear in person or by Zoom for the hearing today. Miss Williams, how would you like to proceed? And you do have witnesses here for the hearing.
Yes, I do have witnesses, and since the city was prepared for this hearing, and I do not appreciate that Mr. Okachukwu has been wasting the city's resources for a trivial matter such as an expired meter. I would like to ask the court to default Mr. Okachukwu and assign him with any fines and fees that the court sees fit.
If this is an expired meter case, will default as for fail to appear. I don't know, Mr. Ukachukwu indicated that he could not be present, but we told him to be here by Zoom so that he could explain his non-presence. So I don't know the situation. So, but the expired meter ticket is defaulted at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else for the record in docket TU 230258885, Miss Williams?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, that the ticket is defaulted, and thank you for anybody who appeared today on your behalf.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm just gonna walk.
Yes. Perfect. We don't think Mr. Waddell is going to join us.
Seems a little unlikely.
It seems unlikely at this point.
I emailed the jail and they never responded back.
All right.
So looks like we.
So we have
Jail, is that what you just said?
we have Mr. Casey, Mr. Kelso,
Very long time.
and Mr. Williams. We're not going to hold that against Mr. Waddell.
Very clear.
All right, so let's call some of the earlier cases. So is that Mr. Casey?
What is he doing in there?
That was at 10 o'clock?
Yeah, yes. If you're asking about Mr. we were asking about
Mohammed Al-Kazi?
Yes.
I think that was one we waited on.
Yes.
Yeah,
Oh.
and we have Evans and Kelso.
Right. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24L2843362. That's the City of Lansing versus Mohammed Al-Kazi. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Williams.
Assistant City Attorney Emily Williams appearing on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Ms. Sutter.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lawrence Sutter on behalf of Mr. Clazy. I do not believe he is present at this time.
This is the time set for pretrial. It was scheduled for 10 o'clock. It is now 11:36. There's been based on the representations of counsel, that there's been no a person by that name in the Zoom courtroom, physical courtroom, or waiting room. It would appear that Mr. Casey has failed to appear for the pretrial. Ms. Williams, how did you want to proceed?
Your Honor, I'm requesting a bench warrant bond forfeiture with a 48-hour hold.
And I'll issue a bench warrant and bond forfeiture with a 48-hour hold. Any comment, Ms. Sutter?
I would just further request for the 48-hour hold.
All right.
Thank you.
So that's all for the record in 24L2843362. Then we're ready on Billy Evans.
Billy Joe Evans, yes.
Billy Joe Evans. So we're on the record in docket 23L2799263. That's the City of Lansing versus Billy Joe Evans. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Williams.
Assistant City Attorney Emily Williams appearing on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Ms. Sutter.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lawrence Sutter on behalf of Ms. Evans, who I do not believe is present today.
Ms. Evans, it was set for pretrial today. It was scheduled for 10 o'clock. It is now 11:38. I do not see Ms. Evans in the Zoom courtroom, physical courtroom. She's not in the waiting room. Based on the representations of counsel, I believe that Ms. Evans has failed to appear for the pretrial.
Mayor, if, I'm so sorry to
Sure.
interrupt, if I may, I did speak with Miss Evans a couple of weeks ago. She called me to ask me to help her learn how to use Zoom. I did walk through her with her how to do it, how to use it. We practiced downloading and signing in. I'm guessing my lesson didn't quite stick today. Is there any way the court would consider a reset for her so I can get her here in person?
Any objection to the court
No
resetting for
objections,
pretrial?
no
Okay,
objections.
Thank you.
that is as candid and as fair a statement as you could make. So we will reset for additional pretrial. Because if she reached out for help on Zoom, that's a big deal. So reset pretrial for June 4th at 10:30. And at that time, we'll see if Miss Evans can join in person or maybe by Zoom again, hopefully.
I'll try the lesson again.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate it.
Anything else for the record in 23L2799263, Miss Williams?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, Miss Sutter, anything else?
Nothing further.
All
Thank
right.
you.
We reset Miss Evans, and then we have Mr. Kelso. So we're on the record in docket 24L2836161. That is the city of Lansing versus Tommy Kelso. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record, Miss Williams.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant City Attorney Emmanuel Williams appearing on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Miss Sutter.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lawrence Sutter on behalf of Mr. Kelso. I do not believe he's present at this time.
And this is the time set for pre-trial in the matter. It was scheduled for 10:30. It is now 11:40. It would appear that Mr. Kelso has failed to appear. Based on the representations of counsel, I do not see Mr. Kelso in the Zoom courtroom, physical courtroom, or waiting room. Ms. Williams, how would you like to proceed?
Your Honor, I'm requesting bench warrant bond forfeiture with 48-hour hold.
Ms. Sutter.
I would just continue the request for the 48-hour hold.
The court will issue a bench warrant and bond forfeiture with a 48-hour hold. Anything else for the record in 24L2836161, Ms. Williams?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Ms. Sutter.
Nothing further.
Then we have Mr. Smith. And then Mr. Waddell, he's incarcerated.
Yes.
They just didn't put him on. That's not his fault.
Yeah, I just discovered that from your court officer.
Yeah. So let's call Mr. Smith. So we're on the record in docket 23037779. It's the city of Lansing versus Taylor Smith. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record, Ms. Williams.
Assistant City Attorney Emmanuel Williams appearing on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Ms. Sutter.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lawrence Sutter on behalf of Mr. Smith, who I do not believe is present at this time.
This was scheduled, this was a pretrial conference on this ticket. It was scheduled for 11 o'clock. It is now 11:41. It would appear that Mr. Smith has failed to appear for the pretrial. This was previously set for compliance purposes. Ms. Williams, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I'm requesting bench warrant bond forfeiture with 48-hour hold.
Ms. Sutter.
I would continue the request, Your Honor.
I'll issue a bench warrant and bond forfeiture with a 48-hour hold on the traffic ticket. Anything else for the record in 23037779, Ms. Williams?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Ms. Sutter.
Nothing further.
And then should we just reset Mr. Waddell?
That would
That
seem
seems
appropriate,
fair.
Your Honor, yeah.
Yeah.
Since it's not his fault, David.
Okay. So he might be in for a while.
I don't. The tree.
He's not in on this, is he?
It's not on this now. He's got a case in
Do you wanna
55th that he's set for
Do you
sentencing
want to set
on.
it for after June 3rd so we know how to deal with this case? Please?
I know, that's not a bad suggestion.
All right.
This other case?
Yeah, not a bad
Okay.
suggestion. So he is set for sentencing in 55th District Court on June 3rd. So perhaps if we reset his case out beyond that, I'll know whether he's going to be in custody for a while or on probation.
All right. And he's got bond on one of these.
Yes.
210% on the 6-2 file.
Yeah, the other one's a CI, so.
Okay. All right. So we're on the record in docket 24L2834862 and 861. The city of Lansing versus Aaron Waddell. Will parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Williams
Assistant City Attorney Amani Williams, appearing on behalf of the city of Lansing.
and Ms. Sutter.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter on behalf of Mr. Waddell. He's not present at this time. He is in the custody of the Ingham County Jail.
Right, and so just for the record, Mr. Waddell is in the Ingham County Jail. He was going to be put on Polycom in order to attend this pretrial conference, and with the associated ticket, he was not placed on Polycom for whatever reason, and therefore we do understand, based on information, that Mr. Waddell is going to be sentenced on another case outside of the beginning of June through June 3rd. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so, so I think the parties rightfully so. Let's set this pretrial for after June 3rd, so we have some indication of where this lies in regards to the other case. So we'll reset the pretrial. For June 4th at 10:30. And then I'll put D is to be sentenced on another file.
And the public defense yet, there's an oral, and there's a civil infraction for failure to stop on property damage accident. It's a civil infraction.
All right, anything else for the record on 24L283462 or 61? Ms. Williams.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Ms. Sutter. All right.
I think that's all for the morning.
That's the morning.
He's at 1:30.
At 1:30. Yeah.
Oh, that's right. It's
Yep.
a pre-trial.
1:30, and then we've got some. Are you here on Mr. Baca Martinez? Don't look at me that way.
That's what she said to me earlier.
Right.
Because you asked me about it.
I didn't make
Yes.
a mistake.
But that doesn't give me hope. I was hoping.
I haven't heard anything from that. I was hoping too. But
He has a lawyer too, I think now, doesn't
yeah, and she's MIA.
he? Yeah. Yeah. And then Ms. Sutter, you here on Mr. Wood?
I am indeed, Your Honor.
All
On
right.
that, Jody Bayless had indicated that she did complete an assessment and would be sending it to the court. I
Okay.
haven't received it yet.
Because I can't give it to you. I checked with Jody, he never signed a release.
Oh.
So I can't give it to you. I
That's
started,
interesting. Let me check
started
every
to
record.
send it to you, and then because we never send out the actual assessment, they do a PSI that incorporates it in
Yeah.
there. And then I was looking at it, and there's a big disclaimer in the top that says, don't do this.
Does he have to sign a release based on HIPAA?
Yeah.
For the assessment, yeah, and because it's part of the PSI, I can't see the PSI either
There
then.
is no PSI.
It's just,
only
right, it's
just
time
the
served.
assessment.
This was just our box check.
Just the box checking.
So I did check with Ms. Bayless to see if he signed a release, because I asked her and I asked their chief PO, and with nothing, I can't.
We'll put it on the record.
Gotcha, because I do know, he was one who he's been in MDOC for like 4 years, so
Yeah.
it was gonna be time served. We just had to check the
Just
box
have-
by doing the
I
assessment.
remember it. I remember it. That was all we needed.
Right.
Statutorily, we have to get the assessment done.
Yeah, I mean, not, you did,
And-
you
yep.
did, you tried.
All
I
right,
started to
if
send you an email, and clearly
we
I
can
never
put it on the
did.
record, I doubt it. It doesn't change anything because he's still.
Not really.
He's
He
still
served
in
as-
DOC.
Yeah, he said statutory max, and even
Yeah.
if he hadn't, I think we're
Yeah.
all gonna call it you've been in prison for 3 years, so this is fine.
Yeah, there's not a lot probation's gonna do with you or anything's gonna
Yeah,
do with
he
you.
is on now parole, so he's still under court supervision, just
Right.
a bigger court than us. Cool. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
See you at 1:30.
Yes.
You, Mr. Waddell?
No, no.
Did you say you're not Mr. Waddell?
No, I'm not.
All right.
Okay.
tell them the name?
So we're on the record in docket 21-02818. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Joshua Wood. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Williams.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Assistant City Attorney Emmanuel Williams appearing on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Ms. Sutter.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter on behalf of Mr. Wood, who's joining us via Zoom. And if the court would like me to explain why he's on Zoom, I can.
All right. And sir, you are Joshua Wood, is that correct?
Correct. My name's Joshua Michael Wood.
And you can hear me all right, Mr. Wood?
Yeah, I can hear you perfect.
All right. Ms. Sutter, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is set for sentencing, which is typically in person. Mr. Wood, as the court is probably well aware at this point, has been very recently released from MDOC and is on parole. He got in contact with me over the lunch hour, concerned that he was having trouble getting here in person. He met with his parole officer this morning, and upon leaving that meeting, learned that his ride to the courthouse had fallen through. He's been trying to find a ride ever since. He called me and I told him that it's better to appear over Zoom than not appear at all if he can't get a ride. So he has joined us via Zoom today if the court is willing to accept that appearance.
Do you have any objection to Mr. Wood appearing via Zoom, Ms. Williams?
No, Your Honor,
All
no
right.
objections.
I have no objection to Mr. Wood appearing via Zoom.
Thank you.
This is the time set for sentencing. And if I remember correctly, we had to statutorily get the assessment done. Is that
Correct.
That's correct. And the assessment is done, but I do not believe counsel, you've had the opportunity, or have you had the opportunity to read it yet?
I have not had the opportunity. I've been advised by your court staff that I am not permitted to see it at this time, given there's been no release of information.
There has been no release of information at this time. It's marked confidential. And there was an assessment done. I don't think it changes the sentencing that we had anticipated.
I don't believe so. If the court would like me to review it, we can maybe get verbal consent from Mr.
All
Wood,
right.
but
Yeah, I think I'd be.
we know.
So let's do that so you can take a look at it. So Mr. Wood, do you give verbal consent to your counsel to read the assessment and release so that she can read the assessment in regards to the sentencing? I don't think that it changes the sentencing in any way, but it certainly would be helpful for allocution purposes if Ms. Sutter had the opportunity to at least spend some time with the assessment.
Yeah, I don't mind her doing that.
All right, so I'm going to give that verbal authorization to counsel to see the assessment, and then we'll go on with the sentencing.
Yeah, I approach.
You may. And have you had the opportunity, Ms. Williams, to read it?
I don't
like
think it will change
4 pages.
sentencing, and
I don't think it
usually
changes
I leave that to
anything.
the discretion of the court,
All
so
right.
not.
All right, so Mr. Wood, give us about 5 minutes and let's have the attorney read it, and then we'll continue with your sentencing. All right, sir?
Okay. Yes, sir.
All right. All right, so we're back on the record in docket 21-02818, and Ms. Sutter, you've had the opportunity now pursuant to the release by Mr. Wood to read the substance abuse assessment that was done on behalf of Mr. Wood.
I have, Your Honor.
All right. And that's the only thing we had done on this. We didn't do a pre-sentence. So allocution of Ms. Sutter.
Thank you, Your Honor. As this court just correctly stated, there wasn't set for a full probation sentence or pre-sentence investigation, given Mr. Wood has served already the maximum time in this case. As both the assessment and the court is well aware, have noted that Mr. Wood has been in MDOC custody since 2021, actually since the incident that brought forth these charges. The assessment accurately reflects some of the work he's done on himself, both in MDOC as well as his release since then. He did comply and work on sobriety while in MDOC custody towards therapy, mental health counseling, and it looks like he took some classes at the University of Michigan. He has been a person who's been trying to take care of this case as quickly and as best he can, making pretty extraordinary efforts from MDOC to try and resolve this case and get himself back before the court. Often a little bit stymied by the court or by the MDOC system, making best efforts. And I think the best reflection of that is what he's been able to do since his release on parole on April 23rd, which is that he has enrolled himself in classes at Lansing Community College, and he is working on starting a business, which is something he has talked to me about for quite some time. He is currently on parole, as I stated, so he is receiving services as well as some pretty significant court supervision for the next little bit in his life to ensure that he is maintaining the path of sobriety that he started in custody. And I have high hopes for him, and I believe he has much higher hopes for himself. So I'd ask the court to sentence him to time served, as well as keep in mind his last few years of incarceration and him at a very, very fresh start in life right now when considering his financial situation.
And how much longer is he on parole for?
I'm not sure how long his actual parole is. He was just released on parole, and I believe they're never less than a year.
Right.
So he's in there for at least a year, possibly a little bit longer.
Mr. Wood, do you have an outdate of parole at this time?
I was granted a 12-month parole, and I've only been out for like a little less than a month. So,
all right,
it's possible to get off earlier, but it's probably going to be 12 months.
All right, thank you. Is there anything? Thank you for allocution, Ms. Sutter. Is there anything you'd like to say to the court before the court passes sentence, Mr. Wood?
No, I just wanted to ask that I get time served because I get credit for it. And that's all.
Right. Absolutely.
And I just want to say I'm remorseful and that I'm sorry about the incident.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. Ms. Williams, anything you'd like to add from the city?
No, Your Honor, I leave sentencing to the discretion of the court.
All right. This is a minor blip in regards to everything that you've gone through in regards to being in the Department of Corrections and now currently on parole. So I'm going to do my best to see that you get a fresh start in regards to you still have 12 months of parole left. So this is for the admission to guilt on March 26, 24 concerning a 3-year-old, essentially a 3-year-old operating while intoxicated, might be older than that.
I think it's from March of 21.
March of 21, because it had an
I was the only one in the car.
Right.
Yeah, we're discussing how old this is.
Yeah. So yeah, it's an older case, Mr. Wood. I'm gonna order that the court that you're given 93 days in jail with credit for 93 days in jail. Given credit for 93 days in jail. I'm gonna waive fines and costs at this time. I'm gonna waive the crime victims' rights fee is waived, and therefore the state fee is waived.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And so the total amount to the city is 0, as I see it. No probation. So the straight jail sentence for credit for time served.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I have to interrupt you. We have a total LPD request for restitution amount, if you'd like that.
You do have a restitution amount.
Yes, I do.
From the city. And what is that restitution amount?
That's $347.06.
Okay, I'm gonna waive that. So I'm gonna waive the restitution amount. After 3 years, I just want, and 12 months of probation, I just want Mr. Wood to get a fresh start. This is a minor based on the additional year parole that he still has. So I'm understanding, and thank you for making a record. I'm waiving the restitution on the matter. That is to LPD for is it an accident or is it just for
I believe it was for the
traffic stop?
The OWI
The
investigation.
LWI investigation, okay. Okay, I'm gonna waive that cost and give Mr. Wood a fresh start at that. So time served, no restitution, no fines and costs are on parole for the next 12 months. You should be finished in this court, Mr. Wood. So good luck to you, all right, sir?
Hey, thank you, Your Honor. I really
All right,
appreciate it.
thank you.
Hey,
And
God
that's
bless you.
all for the record. That's all for the record in docket 21-02-818. You're all set.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mine didn't look that nice. It now looks pretty. All right. I have CJOS there. And
Yeah.
So we're talking about just
Yeah.
hopefully skipping it.
Okay.
And, type of like, What's that way? He hasn't talked about that yet.
it's all pretty.
Your Honor, may I briefly
Me-
go into a breakout room with Mr. King?
King, sure.
Thank you.
Mr. King, we're going to place you in a breakout room with your public defender, Lauren Sutter. So as soon as she joined, you'll get a prompt to go to a certain room, all right?
Okay.
Room. One of those rooms. And then this. Mr. Okachukwa, is that you? Are you on the line? Are you on the Zoom call?
Yes, good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. How are you, sir?
I'm good, sir.
We actually called you we actually called that case this morning at 11 because that's when it was set for formal hearing today. And we had you as a no-show. So what we've done in regard to that is you were defaulted on the ticket and we just applied the bond. So the bond was applied for the amount of the ticket, and then you should be all set.
Okay. I understand, Your Honor. I apologize for the lateness. I had a family issue in the morning.
All right. Just so I don't know if there's any money over the bond amount or the Okay, so you should be good to go. The ticket's paid for it because we applied the bond, and you should be all set.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. I apologize.
All right, thank you. Take care.
You.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know what I did, but Okay, let's get this going. Yes.
All right, so we're on the, Mr. King,
There we
we'll
go.
call your case. We're on the record in docket 23033696.
Okay.
That is People, the State of Michigan versus David King. And you might have needed some time to talk. I just called the case. Appearances for the record, Miss Williams.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Assistant City Attorney Amanda Williams appearing on behalf of the city of Lansing.
And Miss Sutter.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter on behalf of Mr. King, who is joining us via Zoom.
And sir, you are David King, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, thank you. And you can hear me all right, Mr. King?
Yes.
All right, this is the time set for pretrial. We have another hearing, so I didn't, did you need some time to speak with Ms. Sutton?
We able to briefly discuss it this morning,
All right.
so I think we're ready to
All
go.
right, all right. This is the time set for pretrial in the matter. Ms. Williams, how we proceed?
Your Honor, I'd like to request for a 30-day adjournment for compliance purposes.
And that's a fair statement, Ms. Sutter?
It is.
The 30-day adjournment for compliance. There was some discovery previously
There was a
and
discovery.
a body cam.
I did
right?
receive that discovery.
All
We're
right.
trying to comply with a request from the city here for an offer. He's waiting on a background check to do community service.
All right, all right, all right. So let's do 30 days for compliance purposes, for negotiations to continue. And that'll be set for sometime past June 21st. Would be the 30 days. June 25th at 9 o'clock.
Thank you.
All right, so Mr. King, please keep in contact with your attorney, Ms. Sutter. Make sure she has any information, and we'll see you on the June 25th date. All right, sir?
Okay.
Anything else for the record in docket 23033696, Ms. Williams?
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank
You're all
you.
set, Ms. Sutter. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a nice day, Your
You
Honor.
too.
Are you're going to be gone next week?
I'll be here the 28th.
Oh, okay.
And then I'll be gone the 1st of the 12th.
All right. Okay.
Nice to see you, Laura.
All right, Mr. Baca Martinez, let's go ahead and go on docket 2400055151. You can go ahead and have a seat. And this is the hearing on a zoning compliance issue. Ms. Williams, are we going to hearing today? The answer is
Yes,
yes.
we are.
All right. Is there anything to come to the court's attention before we start the hearing, Ms. Williams?
No, Your Honor, there isn't.
I don't
Not
think-
on this file.
Okay.
But on the other file, the city is moving to dismiss because there was compliance.
All right, so we'll hold that and we'll do that file next.
Okay.
And we'll do the hearing now. I don't think there's any sequestration order, because then the one
No,
witness is
it's
going to
only
testify.
just, Mr. Steven Stockenauer from Code.
All right, all right. And Mr. Martinez, you are not represented by counsel today, is that correct?
Yes.
You're representing yourself, is that correct? Right, you can have a seat, go ahead and have a seat right there. And Ms. Williams, you may call your first witness.
All right, I just want to explain why we're here so that Mr. Martinez Baca can hear it as well. This is in regards to the violation of section 1250.02.07 subsection B, subsection 6 of the City of Lansing zoning ordinance. This section permits each residential lot in the city to have a maximum of 4 operable vehicles or 1 for each licensed driver residing at that premises, whichever is the greater. So the maximum number that we're looking at is 4. The burden is on the city to prove that there is a violation. The city calls to the stand Officer Steven Stockhouse.
So, and just so we're on the same, that is the ticket that was written is under 0515.
That's the 23.
Written by, January 16, 2024, written by Steven Stockenow.
Yes, Your Honor, that's correct.
All right, Officer Stockenow, you can come up here. I'm gonna have you stand right in front of me and say and spell your first name and your last name, so the record's got it, okay? So your first name and last name.
Steven, Steven, Stockenauer, Stockenauer.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead and have a seat. Please project to the back for listening purposes, and then let me know if that fan's bothering you, okay?
Okay.
All right, Ms. Williams, you may proceed.
All right, Mr. Stocknower, can you please tell us where do you work?
I work for the City of Lansing Code Enforcement
And how long have you worked there?
since October 31st, 2022.
And I would like to direct your attention to the premises 951 West Miller Road. Can you please tell me about your interactions either with the owner or what you know about that premises?
Well, I've had actions with the owner talking about front yard parking on unimproved surface in the past. And then, of course, the number of vehicles that he's had at the premise. And of course, I wrote the ticket back in January and it's been ongoing since then.
Your Honor, the city moves to introduce exhibit number 5. May I approach?
You may. So this is plaintiff's exhibit or the city exhibit number 5 is this the ticket you wrote, sir?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
All right.
Ticket 0515.
All right. Did you want to ask any follow-up foundational questions, Ms. Williams?
Yes, I just want to make sure this is the ticket you wrote. It wasn't altered or edited in any way.
No, this is exactly the ticket I wrote.
Can you please tell me what's on the ticket?
The ticket is local ordinance for zoning code, more than 4 vehicles at premise, 1254.01.0A, parking on an improved surface.
Thank you, Mr. Stocknower. The city moves to admit exhibit number 5.
Mr. Martinez-Bach, do you have any objection to the ticket being admitted as evidence for the court to consider?
Just just spoke to this lady again, and I told her that I've been going. And
So what is your objection, your legal objection?
my new injection. This is I know my son. One of my sons is gonna move. He's gonna.
But you're indicating that's an excuse or response. What is the legal objection to the document, the exhibit? So you're written a ticket and they want me to consider the ticket. What's your legal objection to the ticket being admitted? I'm going to give you a chance to tell me your side of these events. I just want to know if you have any objection to the ticket itself. I don't
know why they give me this ticket with no reason.
All right. So the objection is not to the form. It's just that you don't understand the ticket.
Yes.
All right. So with that understanding, the legal objection would be that he doesn't understand the ticket. But I believe that the ticket speaks for itself concerning that it is inaccurate. It's under pursuant to 901. It's accurate. It's been purported to be written by the officer, and I'll admit that the ticket for the ticket that was written on the January date of 2024. So I'm going to admit People's Exhibit number 5.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And you may proceed.
The city moves to introduce plaintiff's exhibit number 2 and 3. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may. And did you want to hand those to the officer first? Or those are photographs?
Well, I have multiple copies for everyone. And I think Steve has his copies.
I do have a couple copies. I do also have a copy that Mr. Baca was sent a letter back in December of 2023 explaining exactly what 1250.02.07 B6 of the city ordinance about the vehicles.
I'll introduce that in a minute.
All right, so that's the letter dated December 27th?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. All right, you can ask some follow-up foundational questions as to plaintiff's exhibits 2 and 3.
Okay, so you have the pictures with you, Mr. Stocknower?
Are you of this morning?
No, here. I have.
I can give him my
No
copies.
problem. I can give you.
I think I have.
All right.
Thank you. Yeah, I do have these.
Okay. So, Mr. Stocknower, can you tell me the date on these pictures that you have with you?
The pictures that I'm looking at right now are dated January 12th of 2024.
And those are both the dates of exhibits 2 and 3, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And did you take these pictures?
Yes, I did.
Why did you take these pictures? Why did you take?
Why did I take these pictures? These are a follow-up picture based off the letter that I just mentioned from December of 27 of 2023. And these are my follow-up pictures to decide whether or not Mr. Baca had been in compliance or was still in non-compliance.
And the city moves to introduce exhibit 1 in reference to the witness's testimony.
Okay, and exhibit 1 would be the letter that you previously testified to?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Did you want to ask any additional questions concerning exhibit 1?
Can you explain what the letter entails, Mr. Stocknower?
The letter entails it would be the final notice, actually, of the violation for the parking. At the time, there was parking on unimproved surfaces, which seems to be had somewhat corrected. And the other one is the 1250.02.07 B, section 6, city ordinance that states section permits only residential lot have a maximum of 4 operable vehicles or 1 for each licensed driver, whichever is greater.
And how many cars were parked on the premises?
In the January one?
Yes.
Let's see, counting quickly, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Okay, so those cars would be associated with the yellow house as opposed to the pink house, is that correct?
They would be on the right-hand side.
Oh, they'd be on the right-hand side, okay.
The premise on the left-hand side in all the pictures has been in compliance. There's been no more than 4 vehicles.
All right.
And they're all parked on approved surfaces.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Stocknower. The city moves to admit city's exhibit 1, 2, and 3.
So there's a motion to admit the city's exhibit or plaintiff's exhibit 1, 2, and 3. Mr. Baca Martinez, do you have any objection to 1, 3, 2, or 3 being admitted, as the foundation requirements have been admitted as to 2 and 3 in regard to being a fair and accurate representation, and 1 was the letter of December 27th that was signed by the city. Do you have any objection to any of those letters being admitted?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what's your legal objection, sir?
Oh, I don't think it's right, what they're doing to me, because, they've been attacking me for so many, from last year. I don't know who is attacking me for so many things. I've been spending a lot of money. When they attacked me for the roof in my garage, the roof wasn't bad, and they made me spend almost $5,000 for the roofing.
All right, so
That one.
so I'm gonna give you the opportunity to talk about that, but
I don't
do you
know,
have any objection to 1, 2, or 3, or are you just making a general objection?
general objection.
Okay, so with that understanding, the objection's overruled and exhibits 1, 2, and 3 are admitted into evidence.
So, Mr. Stocknower, after you took those pictures in January, what did you do?
After I took the pictures of January 13th, then at that point, my next step, according to the city ordinances, to write the ticket, which I did. I wrote on the 12th that there was more than 4 vehicles at the premise.
Thank you, Mr. Stocknower. The city moves to introduce plaintiff's exhibit number 4.
You may.
Okay. Yeah, I have the original.
Can you tell me what this form is, Mr. Stocknower?
What is what? I'm sorry.
The form,
The form?
the code enforcement ticket supplemental form in front of you.
Okay. This is a code enforcement ticket supplemental form. Violation address was 951 West Miller Road. At that point, we wrote it for 1250.02.07 B, section 6, more than 4 vehicles at premise. And also 1254.01.08, section A, parking on an unimproved surface.
And is this the form that you filled out and signed? It wasn't edited or changed in any manner?
No, this is original.
Thank you, Mr. Stocknower.
Authentic.
The city moves to admit plaintiff's exhibit number 4.
Okay, motion to admit People's Exhibit 4. Mr. Bach Martinez, you've objected just in general in regards to exhibits 1, 2, 3, and 5 being admitted. Do you have any legal objection to plaintiff's exhibit 4, that being the letter?
I don't understand that.
So what this stands for is the letter is what it purports to be. It was signed by Mr. Stocknower, and I will admit this as an exhibit number 4. So exhibit number 4 is admitted in evidence.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Stocknower, can you tell me what happened after you wrote the ticket?
After I wrote the ticket, I delivered those to the city attorneys and to the court offices for it to be sent out. And then, of course, we did have a court hearing. After that, it was we've been in court a couple times. I think February 13th, February 27th was a show cause. Then we were 3/19/24, and we're here today.
Okay, and did you take more pictures after the pictures you took in January?
Yes, I have pictures that I have actually taken today at 11 o'clock this morning.
Let me move back a little bit. Did you take any pictures in April?
I do not have any pictures from April here.
The city moves to introduce plaintiff's exhibit 6, 7, and 8. I'm just going to introduce them together. May I?
You can show them to counsel, to the witness.
You remember these pictures now, Mr. Stocknower?
Yes, I do.
Okay, can you tell me what's going on in these pictures?
What's going on in these pictures is still more than 4 vehicles. and they are still parked on an unimproved surface.
And what was the date on these pictures?
This was April 9th.
And these were the pictures that you took, they were not edited or changed in any manner.
No, these are my pictures.
Thank you, Mr. Stock. Now where the city moves to admit plaintiffs exhibit 6, 7, and 8.
Okay, 6, 7, and 8 being photographs, exhibit photographs taken on April 9th, 2024 by the witness. Any objection to 6, 7, and 8 being admitted? Mr. Baca Martinez. Martinez
Yes.
Baca.
Yes. Sometimes my sons who don't live with me, they will visit me because my wife, she had cancer. Okay. And they stay right there for maybe almost all day, visiting my wife and myself. Okay. Because we form a good family. We sit down every day, we dinner together, and you know what I mean, and we get all together every day.
So your objection is really an explanation of exhibit 6, 7, 8 and why the cars are there.
Yes.
All right. But do you have any legal objection to that being photographed, to that being a photograph of the area, other than that you have an explanation as to why the trucks are there?
Yes.
Okay. With that understanding, there's an explanation as to why the trucks are there, but I believe the exhibit 6, 7, 8 are what they purport to be. The foundation's been accurately made as they are fair and accurate representation of the scene at the time that the photograph was taken, and I'll allow them into evidence 6, 7, and 8.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And then, so let me see those, and I'll put them next to 1 through 5.
So, Mr. Stocknauer, you can talk about the recent pictures that you took today for the court.
Okay. At 11 o'clock this morning, I did drive by the premise, take some more pictures. And it appears that there are still 6 vehicles at the premise. 2 of them appear to be parked half on concrete and half on an unimproved surface.
Thank you, Mr. Stocknauer. No further questions for the witness, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Martinez Baca, do you have any questions of Mr. Stocknauer? They will have to be made in the form of a question. If you just want to make a statement, I'm going to give you time to make a statement. Do you have any questions you want to ask of them?
No, I just, I told him that my plan was to put some gravel right to the sizes, like the law says, 4 inches thicker. If I put some gravel,
All right.
Because my driveway is very,
So let's save that, and I'll give you the opportunity to tell me your plan. Without any questions of the witness, may this witness be excused, from the plaintiff?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you're excused. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Any further proofs today from the people, Ms. Williams?
No, Your Honor, the city, yes.
All right, now, Mr. Martinez Baca, I'm going to give you this time to go ahead and tell me tell me your side of the story, essentially.
Right.
I'm not going to put you on the witness stand, but I'm going to swear you in, okay, sir?
That's fine.
All right. So let's have your full name, Alejandro Martinez Baca, and spell them both for the record here. So go ahead and spell your first and last name.
You can spell, but I have to read it right here. ALEJANDRO MARTINEZBACA.
Okay, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear firm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury? All right, so Mr. Martinez Baca, go ahead and tell me. You can sit there, you don't have to stand. You can tell me what's going on. This is the way I see it. They wrote a ticket, and they wrote it quite some time ago, January 2024, and they've got some follow-up information that you still have more than 4 cars parked there. All right.
Yes.
Why don't you tell me why? Tell me what's going on.
Okay. This way. My sons, back on last year, because you know how they laid off all of it, okay? Well, everyone, they have 2 cars. They pay in cars month by month, okay? And they don't have no place to stay also. So they had to move to my house because they have no choice, okay? And they don't know where to put the cars also, okay? And now, they're trying to move, they're gonna be moving because they already went back to work. They work every day since 4 o'clock in the morning until maybe 8 o'clock they come back. And right now they're trying to get money to move out of there. So a couple of cars are gonna be moving out of there also. So the cars are gonna be disappear little by little because my sons are gonna be moving out of there. Okay,
You know, your son, the cars were supposed to move up to January of 2024,
yes,
and they haven't.
they had no place to put it, sir. Let's,
I mean, but this,
let me show you.
that's not how there's not a footnote that says
Yes.
if Mr. Baca's sons don't have a place to reside, they can park wherever they want. That's not how the law reads. The law reads you can't have more than 4 cars there. And then since January, we've been like, move the cars, and the cars are still there.
I understand so. One of my sons, he had to return the car to the bank because, you know, the consequence, you know.
I have no doubt that they're there justifiably for your purpose, that you don't have any other place to put the cars. They just can't be there since January. You got a ticket, and in December, you got a letter indicating you can't have more than 4 cars there.
Well, he returned one of the cars, and now he's gonna have to pay $30,000 without having the car.
But yeah, I mean,
My sons.
the dogs have already cost you money.
Right.
And now you've got the cars costing you money. This is turning into an expensive venture. Right. I mean, this whole thing is getting really expensive for you.
Yes.
But the law doesn't work like, oh, you get to park your cars until there's no place to park them. You know, I mean, I'm assuming your sons are adults.
Yes.
They're over 18.
Yes.
And so they've got to find a different place to park the car.
Mhm.
And I'm basing my decision based on a ticket that's written and then follow-up confirmation as of to this morning, which indicates the trucks are still parked there. And we've got over 4 parked there. So I guess my response to you is at some point you can't park the cars there. You know, over 4, you can't park the cars there. I mean, this isn't the first discussion we've had along these lines.
Right.
I mean, and granted, you did comply as far as the dogs, but that was the same kind of argument.
Right.
They were your son's dogs,
Yes.
and the dogs were there, and then we were having trouble getting rid of the dogs, and we had all kinds of compliance issues. Now, after I think I signed an order on the dogs that at least a fine
Back in February.
back in
yes.
February. I mean,
Yes.
this is May. We're talking 5 months now. It's not like I take joy out of fining you for this. You know, I don't know what else to do because you've got more cars than you're supposed to have parked, and your explanation is my sons don't have a place to park, and there's nothing in the law that would indicate a footnote saying, well, you know, unless you have a place to park, you can park here. That the zoning ordinance is written so not more than 4 cars are parked, and as of this morning, there were more cars than 4 parked there, which makes them a pretty persuasive case. I'm not saying you're not justified, but it's getting really expensive. You know?
I understand.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know quite what to tell you in regards to your sons have to park someplace else because it's getting really expensive for you to park there. Not unlike having the dogs. Having their dogs got really expensive. Those turned into really expensive dogs.
Right.
And now that you've complied, and we're gonna deal with that file. But I don't have all the evidence you've told me is this is the reason why the cars are parked there. And you haven't told me anything that would indicate that the city's wrong in saying that they're parked there. Do you understand that?
Yes.
I mean, I know I know that and we do things for our children all the time.
Yes. Well, sir, believe me, I don't want you to take this personal, but when you go to the Secretary of State, you know, I don't know, this for, maybe what they can do, they can probably say, you can only register 2 cars, 1 car per person. When you go to the Secretary of State, you can register your name, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars, maybe 7, 8.
The Secretary of State is willing to allow you to drive as many cars as you want. But the city of Lansing has an ordinance that you can only provide, and you live in the city.
Right.
So the Secretary of State doesn't care about the city of Lansing. They just care about giving you enough. If you're willing to pay for the cars, they'll let you own as many cars as you want. The city of Lansing says there's a reason why you can only have more than 4 cars. So yeah, if you're getting mixed messages from the different bureaucracies, absolutely, you are.
Well, you know, I try to see, I don't have no school before. So, but I can do myself.
Well, you know that you can't park more than 4 cars.
Yes.
And you know, since January, you were ticketed saying you can't have more than 4 cars here. And now we're in May and you still have 4 cars there.
Well, they're gonna be moving, so.
Well,
they're gonna be moving.
What we're gonna do is, I believe that the city has proven their case. But we're gonna set a control date to make sure they're moving. But I'm gonna grant the city request. They're gonna ask for a fine today. Okay. I mean, and that's part of this. Part of this is that there's consequences for not doing what you're supposed to do.
That's right.
So I find the city has proven their case. This is a quasi case. It's a compliance case. So it's not. So it's really a fine, as opposed to. I don't even know if there's incarceration with this type.
No, it's not about incarceration. Actually, Your Honor, I was going to ask for the court to allow the city to enter the property and abate the violations. We are going to tow the 2 extra cars at Mr. Baca's expense.
Well, this is.
So I'm not even asking for a fine. I'm asking for you
Right.
to allow us to go into the property and tow the cars at his expense.
I think that will be against the law, so.
It is not if I order it. That is the law if I order it.
Well,
You know?
yeah, but.
I mean, we've been here since
reason.
January, telling you to move the cars and do this on your own. And now the city's put in a position where they have to go in and do it for you, and they're gonna charge you for that.
Right.
And that's where, so you're at the mercy of whatever that they get charged, which is what we're trying to avoid. We're trying to avoid all this. This is exactly what we're trying to avoid. The abatement process. When allegedly, and I don't know why I'm asking this, because when allegedly are your sons moving out?
Oh, pretty soon.
It's not a date. We've been working on this since January, and you've been telling me pretty soon.
Well,
I've got
next 2 weeks.
This is September of 2023 on one file.
Probably next 2 weeks, sir.
Next
week to.
This is how I want the city to order. If you are not under compliance with the code by, and we'll give you 1 week from today, so May 28th. So I'm going to give you May 28th to get the cards out and keep out. Now, if Mr. Stockenauer comes and says they got them away for the day and then they put them right back, that's not in compliance. Okay. If you are in compliance with the code as of May 28th, then we'll consider this you're in compliance. Any date after May 28th, I'm going to abate the cars. I'm going to sign the order to abate the cars, which means that Ms. Williams is going to present me with an order. I'm going to sign it to have the cars abated, and the city's going to go in. They're going to pay somebody to come in and take the cars. Okay. And then you're going to be responsible for that payment, because that's what abatement means. Abatement means that then you get the check. All right. I'm hoping that now you understand that it's a lot less expensive to do this all yourself and to come in compliance. I'm giving you a week because this has been going on since January. And I even think that's probably, if you ask Ms. Williams, it's probably a 1 week too far, okay?
That's very generous.
Yes, I mean,
Your
it's
Honor,
one,
I
we,
would
we've
say
been
that's
all
very
waiting,
generous.
we've been all waiting for you to do this. And so you've got 1 week, and a day after, on the 29th, if Miss Williams comes and says, I want the order signed, they're just gonna go in there and abate it, okay? They're gonna take the cars, they're gonna tow it, they're gonna put you in compliance, and then they're gonna give you the bill. And then that's between you and the person, you know, that's one more bill you've got to pay. I'm hoping that ends this. I'm hoping that ends this. But yeah, I think your family has to understand, and I don't want to blame your sons, but they have to understand how much this is costing you. Because it's really turning into expensive cars and expensive dogs. Okay. And I know it's not entirely your fault, but you've got to draw the line someplace. At some level, you got to say, you got to get off the property. It looks like the dogs are taken care of. Okay. So I find in favor of the city of Lansing in regards to the ticket and the code compliance. I believe the burden is met beyond a reasonable doubt easily. But I will give you 7 days to come into compliance. If you're not in compliance, I'm going to sign whatever order Miss Williams presents in regards to abatement, which will mean that they're gonna tow whatever cars are available. All right, and then they're gonna give you the check. All right, and that's what we were trying to avoid. The whole thing was to avoid this. All right. Any questions concerning the ruling on this code compliance ticket written under 125002.07? Make sure I've got the right. In regards to 2400055151, Ms. Williams.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. Martinez-Baca, is there any ambiguity, or do you understand exactly? You got a week, okay? You got a week to clear it out. Mr. Stockenauer is gonna come and talk to Ms. Williams, and Ms. Williams is gonna decide if you've complied. If you haven't, she's just gonna give me an order. And I'm telling you right now, based on what I hear, I'm gonna be hard pressed not to sign the order, okay? So that is in 24000151. I'll indicate that the hearing was held on the zoning code violation. And the city has proved their case, proved the ticket. An order to follow in regards to abatement. The court will give a grace period of till May 28th to comply, or abatement order will be signed on the 29th. And exhibits 1 through 6 were admitted. Officer testified. And then I'll return the exhibits to the city, or else I'll lose them. And then you can take your duplicate copies. So I will wait the order next week on 24005151. And then in regards to 23005061, it's my understanding that Mr. Martinez-Baca, in a case stemming back to September of 2023, is now in compliance, and the city is moving to dismiss.
Yes, Your Honor, but the dismissal does not close the case because there are still fines pending.
Okay.
So I will submit an order to dismiss the case, but it does not close the case.
Okay. So we have May 21st. So in regards to the ticket, you're dismissing the ticket, but there's still orders out there?
There's still the fines that Mr. Martinez-Baca has not paid.
Okay.
So-
Those have already been ordered, right?
Yes, they have been ordered
All right.
and the court signed them.
Right.
But
All right,
to
so-
my knowledge, they
so
have not been paid, so.
I'll tell you what
we can't
happens
dismiss,
on
but
those.
We can't close it.
Yeah. What'll happen is if you don't pay those fines that the court orders, they'll show cause you.
Well, I haven't got any paperwork. I don't know.
Right, you'll get a show cause paperwork as to why you have not paid fines. Because I did sign an order to that effect,
Yes.
at least one.
Well, I never seen any paperwork
All right.
from CEO Lansing charging me
There
any
were
money.
plenty of orders, Your Honor. I think, I have at least $500 worth of fines and on multiple occasions.
Yeah, I think that's something that you probably should look into, Mr. Martinez Baca. Because what you're gonna happen is they're gonna give you a show cause document, because you want to know exactly how much you owe. And you need to answer that, you need to come forward on that, because if you don't, then there'll be a bench warrant out for you, and that you want to avoid that. That's another thing you want to avoid. I don't have a copy of the order in the file, since I think I signed that electronically. Maybe not, maybe I signed it, signed it.
I'm
But-
only showing $150 on fines, and that was issued on January 12th.
There were other fines, because I can.
I've got January 12th, $150 grant motion. And then I have a grant motion for $150 on February 13th.
Yes, okay, so that's 300.
Okay. So that's $300 between the two.
Okay, that's 300.
Yeah, there'd be a February 13th grant motion for $150. And then we adjourned it to February 27th to see if they'd be in compliance. So between the grant motion for $150 and the grant motion for $150, that would be $300 in fines. All right.
Yeah,
So right now, the city of Lansing has you at $300 in fines on the dog cases. I'm going to indicate that that's dismissed without prejudice, but there are fines still outstanding fines still associated with that case.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Martinez Baca, I'm not in a position to tell you what to do, but on some level, this is getting to be an expensive proposition. And so if there can be another place, the dogs cost you $300. The cars are still ongoing. At some point in time, your children have to understand that you're really bearing the brunt of this. If they don't care, it's time for you to care. Okay, it's time for you to care, because I don't think the city's going to stop writing tickets. All right. All right. Anything else on the record in 240005151 or 230056061, Ms. Williams?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay, you're up. Go ahead, Mr. President.
When everyone to the side of me, okay, you know, they've been pushing me to do things, right? But they don't push her to put her fence, because her dog, my dog, it has a big fence, and strong fence, and the other fence, which is mine. But the lady, she gets the dog free and goes right to my dog. One day I have it supposed to, and I say, "What if my dog, it is bothering you, why don't you put your fence?" They haven't put any fence, she hasn't put any fence yet. You know, it is something that I don't understand, when they pushing me to do things, and they don't push her to put her fence, when at one point she pointed a finger on me, you know, with the complaints.
Right. The only thing I can tell you in that regard, and I don't know enough about it, if there is a dog that is at large, who is not tethered or under a fence, if the dog is just running loose, animal control should be called. Okay. You call animal control and say, I need that dog tethered. I need it to be leashed. Dog can't run free. Whether it can be inside and not fenced, but animal control will come out there and we'll see if a dog is loose, because that dog becomes a threat to everybody, right?
Right.
Those are the kind of things that there's a report done, and then there's a history of activity. If you just come and tell me that this happened, there's no confirmation of that.
That's the reason I never put any complaints to my neighbors around, because I don't want to have no problems. You know?
I completely understand. I completely
I
understand.
I just want to do my life.
Right. Understand with the city, this isn't going away. Okay. This might be able to go away with your neighbors, but with the city, there's just building a record
Yes.
non-compliance, and that you want to take care of.
I understand.
All right, all right.
Just want to mention that.
Good luck to you, Ms. Martinez.
Okay, thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Go to the mayor's office.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Thank you, Mr. Stockenauer.
Sir, thank you.
You can have all the time you need because I got to pull up on one of these. Oh, while you're at it, you can get the Eaton County.
I was gonna ask if you had a chance to grab
Is
that.
that still on? That's still on the table. And I think we're set for pretrial. Let me get on base.
Oh, do we need to go down there? Is that what you think? I'll let Scott know.
And Mr. Kirchenheider, we were in a hearing. That's why we're just letting our civil docket in. Are you here on Spring Oaks Capital, or are you here on the Eaton County case?
Spring Oaks.
All right. All right. We were on a code compliance hearing, and we're keeping all the initial participants at the 230 civil cases out while we finish that hearing.
No worries.
All right, so, are you Miss Cheney? All right. All right, we'll get everybody on the record. I gave my staff about 5 minutes, and then we'll come and put your case on the record, okay?
Sounds
All
good.
right, you're welcome. Hmm?
Do you want the iPad?
Now, what am I gonna do? They're gonna have to wait.
I don't really have any answer.
Yeah. I think we know the answer. We gotta wait a little bit. I didn't see anything. When I came in here, I didn't see anything really pressing, but things could have changed.
I have all this stuff organized for the weekend.
Yeah, let's hope for rain. Rain's good.
Yeah.
We like.
Off of it last night.
No?
I should Andre add that.
Yeah, we like rain.
She started laughing. I don't know how we ended up with her on calling, but I forget.
I think I've got to take one holiday more
Yeah, you
before
always-
Christmas. Yeah.
I think we have one more. I can't remember.
I can't remember.
I just show up when it says I'm calling my calendar.
The end of July one, we might switch back depending, because I might,
So you were saying.
yeah. But we'll figure that out in the next week or so. What's that? Yeah. All right, Mr. Kirchenheimer, we'll call your case. So we're on the record in docket 24-00544. That is Spring Oaks Capital versus Cindy Cheney. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Kirchenheimer.
Yes, good afternoon, Your Honor. Michael Kirchenheimer for the plaintiff, P75722. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. And ma'am, you are Cindy Cheney, is that correct?
Cindy Cheney, yes.
All right. And this is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. I can give you, there are two things we can do for the pretrial. First is I always give the opportunity, Mr. Kirchenheimer and Ms. Cheney, for the litigants to meet if they choose to. I don't know if you had the opportunity to meet with a legal representative of Spring Oaks. We could put you on an iPad and have you meet with them if you'd like to. If not, I could fill out the pretrial statement in regards to this case and have it scanned electronically because we're here on a pretrial. Mr. Kirchenheimer and Ms. Cheney, do you have a preference as to how you'd like to proceed on this pretrial?
Your Honor, Ms. Cheney has indicated that she believes this is a fraud situation and she has sent us a fraud packet. My client is currently reviewing that. We just need a little bit of time. If the court wants to do a pretrial order now, that obviously that's the court's prerogative, but it may even be better to just reset the pretrial date.
Yeah, I think that makes sense to me. I was able to read some of the documentation that you provided to the court, and it appears that the allegation or the claim of defense is identity theft. And you seem to have already started that by providing some paperwork to Mr. Kirchenheimer.
Right, I supplied them everything they asked for before the 20 days was up.
Perfect.
And then I faxed them everything. I sent them my birth certificate, everything.
All right, so let's indicate that all parties appeared, and it makes sense to adjourn the pretrial to have the client the opportunity to review the material and then to come back, and then we'll set it for control date. Mr. Kirchenheimer, can you assess or anticipate a time frame?
I would hope it would be done within the next 30 days, which makes me say maybe 60 days would be best.
Right. So if we do it, let's get it done right. So let's set it for 6 weeks out. Because it doesn't make sense to set the control date and then to find out that we're still waiting on the end of the review. So let's start with 6 weeks and go from there. And that would be an adequate response time, and then we could have the opportunity to review. And then if we need additional information, it's there. And if we don't, and it ends up being a dismissal, we can always get rid of the extra hearing days. All right. So would that suffice, Mr. Kirchenheimer?
I believe so.
To reset this, okay, so we'll reset this pretrial for 60 days out for July 3rd, you said? At 8:30? And ma'am, you can appear by Zoom if you'd like, okay? Yeah, that the Zoom is appropriate for that. I'm going to indicate that that there is information being reviewed at this time by plaintiff. And we'll set it for July 3rd, 2024, and then revisit this. And then if we need to, we can always fill out the pretrial statement then on that date.
Sounds good.
Anything else for the record from Spring Oaks Capital, Mr. Kirchenheimer?
Not this time, Aaron.
Ms. Cheney, do you have any questions of me?
Yes, the first company after Stock and Field, I called them up. I did complain to them about I did not use the card. They canceled that card out, sent me a new one, and I never received that card after that.
Okay.
But then I called them because I got a bill and I told them I didn't do it. And then the next company, I did the same thing. So I'm sorry, these guys had to get in the middle of it because I was telling them the truth. I did not receive that second card and I didn't use it.
All right, and you've provided that documentation to Spring Oaks Capital.
I don't think they were aware of that.
All right. If you have any other information you want them to review, make sure they have it. Okay, ma'am?
Right.
All right.
I think I did it all in my letter and that if you got a copy of my letter.
There's a copy attached. I saw a copy of the letter, but if you have any documentation indicating what you confirmed in your letter, I think that would be helpful. Okay. All right. All right. With that understanding, all parties appeared. I've reset this for July 3rd, 2024 to 8:30. And that's all for the record in 24-00544. I'll see everybody on that July 3rd date.
Thanks, Judge.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
That is our e-file. Now let's go ahead and call the Eaton County case and I'll just put it on the record. Nobody showed up for that. So we're on the record in docket 23-02303. That's Citizens versus North. This is an Eaton County case in which this court was made because of a recusal. This is sitting in Ingham County as an Eaton County case in front of this court. And we adjourned the pretrial on May 14th at 2:30. Is that right? Oh, I'm sorry. We adjourned the pretrial on February 6, 2024 to today's date, actually May 21st at 2:30. I have adjourned to May 14th.
We did adjourn to May 14th and we adjourned it again.
Okay, to May 21st. And nobody's appeared on the file. So we're going to do some due diligence and we're going to see where the Eaton County case stands, and we'll set it for control date because I don't want to dismiss it, but we'll set it for control date on the matter just to see what I also don't know if all notices go through Eaton County or from us. So I'm not certain that they got notice of this and I'm reluctant to dismiss. And we'll set it for control date for 30 days out. Or in that time frame. We still haven't done the pretrial on it, so.
June
25th at 2:30. I didn't tell you that neither party appeared. On Eaton County case. And then we just keep this separately right now. All right. Because we don't have to worry about e-file for that. Which is a yay. All right, so we've reset this for June 25th at 2:30 on docket 23-0303. So that we can do some follow-up to see if we have a control date set and whether notices went out on the Eaton County case. That's all for the record in 23-02.